Okay, hello everybody. How is we all doing today? Slightly broken English there, but we'll go with it. How's it hanging? It is time for another stream of Super Mario Galaxy 2, the sequel-dequel. Um, it's been quite a bit since the last time I played this game. I didn't stream it last Sunday because I was sick, so and I wasn't in a very streamery mood. But I'm good now. So yeah, it has been a bit. It's funny because I think the last stream I did of Super Mario Galaxy 2, I think that was a stream where it had been a couple weeks since the previous one before that. So apparently I'm playing Mario Galaxy 2 every other week instead of every week like I would typically do. But it's fine, it's whatever. I hope everyone's doing alright. And yeah, we are playing some more Super Mario Galaxy 2. I'm just chilling on a cloud, as I tend to do, as Mario tends to do. Yeah, so I'm trying to get back into the mindset of what I'm doing in this game. I'm going to take a swig of water, hold on. Yeah, so more Mario Galaxy 2. I think in the previous stream we actually beat the game. Or at least we beat the main sort of campaign, main story, and then we started up some of the post-game, because, you know, once you beat the main story, you unlock the special world, and I think we did all of the special world, for the most part, but that is far from where the journey ends, I'm afraid. Yeah, so we go over here, and we've done all these, we've done all of that, so I don't know if it's maybe because, like, I just haven't played this game in a while and I'm not used to it, but my pointer cursor feels really slow. I don't know if maybe, like, I can recalibrate it, I think. Hold on, let me... just in case, for my peace of mind. Won't kill me. Controllers, update controllers. Let me check to see if maybe that's something. No, they're good. Let me calibrate the motion. Calibrate controllers. I'll hold the button. I'll set it down for just a sec. Okay. I'm probably it's probably fine. It's probably just like I'm not used to playing this game, so I'm just not used to the slightly like a delayed feel of the gyro. But yeah. So I'm trying to remember how this works. So we are getting into some more post-game stuff now, but and that means that we are going to be hunting down for the elusive green stars or cosmic jewels, which are essentially, well, we'll get into it. You'll see how it is. It's essentially an additional 121 stars to find, or maybe just 120. I think it's just 120, and then the final 2 stars are different. Yeah, we're sitting at a hearty 120, so we're looking to double that, and get to 240, because the other 120 stars are green. Green stars are different from regular stars, but we'll get into that. Before we are able to actually do that, though, I think we have to beat Bowser another time, which means just essentially redoing the final boss again. I don't think the boss is different at all. I think you just can't trigger the green stars until you've done the super special world and defeated Bowser again. So to differentiate it a little bit, I actually decided that for the green star quest, I'm going to play as Luigi for the whole thing, because we unlock Luigi after beating the game. And you can just play as Luigi whenever you want. So I figured, you know, they're green stars, so Luigi makes sense, right? And since I'm playing as Luigi, that actually means that I can do this. And I can wear my appropriate attire. There we go. It makes sense to wear this for Luigi Quest, right? I'm gonna refresh this again just cause I can. Yeah, so since we're playing as Luigi for the remainder of the game, I imagine we're gonna look like this, and this will at least make the final boss a little bit different. Luigi will be in the final cutscene instead of Mario. Although if the option to skip it is there, I will do that. I just don't know if you can skip cutscenes in this game. So yeah, I think there is a Luma here who tells us what the green stars are about. What's that? Even if we have every power star, you still must defeat that monster, or we'll never see the cosmic jewels. Yeah, so we got to defeat Bowser again, but the game's going to treat it as though we're doing it for the first time. Do I have mail? I do not have mail. I thought the game gave you mail at the beginning. Oh well. Alright, so let's go. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I think the volume should be about the same as it was last time, so if it was okay then, it should be okay now. But let me know if that needs adjusting at all. Hopefully you can hear the game, you can hear me okay, and we're all good there. So we're just going to hop in to defeat Bowser. So we're starting the stream with the final boss. But Luigi edition. So I think once we do this and we roll credits again, then the Cosmic Jewel quest will open up, and then we can go do that. Hello there, Okami. Welcome. I do recognize your name. Well, welcome back. Your volume is A-okay. Thank you, Galaxy. I appreciate that. So yeah, it's Luigi time. Whoops. I gotta get back into the groove, because again, it's been 2 weeks since I played this last. Because I was sick last week. It's okay, you know, playing Mario games is like slipping into a comfy shoe. Or like riding a bike, you know, they're simple enough, you know. Also, this is the area that I keep getting shot at when I look away for a split second. So I'm gonna not do that this time. Okay, we've got the drill. Yeah, I do feel like the way that Luigi is implemented in this game is better than the first one. Because you don't have to do like a separate playthrough to get Luigi. Or well, you don't have to like 100% the game. You just get Luigi for beating the game. God, music in this game is so good. I am looking forward to the Mario Galaxy movie. I think I talked about it a bit in the last stream of this. But I'm looking forward to it. I just don't know if my twin is going to want to watch it with me, because they weren't all that crazy about the first one. They didn't dislike it, but they were just like, meh. Had its moments. I thought the first Mario movie was a lot of fun. I don't think it's a masterpiece by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a fun movie. It's especially if you're a Mario fan. I feel like if you're not into Mario in any way, then I don't know if you get much out of it. Unless you're like, you know, the children that the movie is definitely geared towards. Because for children who maybe don't know anything about Mario, it's just another entertaining Illumination film, you know. But if you're a Mario fan, then there's a lot to like about it, and it is just a fun movie. But my twin wasn't like that into it. They definitely love the Sonic movies a lot more. And I might be in that camp as well, but still. But I especially want to see the Mario Galaxy movie, though, because I love Galaxy. It was like one of the first Mario games I ever played. Either the first or second, I'm not sure. Rosalina looks so cool in the trailer. Yeah, she looks really cool. Yeah, I mean, we all expected that. I hope we get more Luigi. I hope we get more, because the first movie didn't have a ton of Luigi. Luigi was in it, and the parts that Luigi was in, at least towards the beginning of the film, was like some of my favorite bits. And I just hope he's in it more. From the trailer, it definitely looks like he has more of a role, which is nice. I hope he just doesn't get sidelined too much. Then again, I wouldn't mind a Luigi's Mansion movie. Just like a spin-off. That'd be cool. Now that I've played the original Luigi's Mansion. The movie good, but I found the pacing kind of too fast. I completely agree. I think yeah, the movie moves a mile a minute, and I think that was completely by design. I won't like say if it's like a bad aspect or not, because I think that just depends on who you talk to. I would prefer it if the movie would slow the heck down a bit, but I'm not going to say that it's bad because of that. I think it was wholly intentional because, you know, the movie is definitely geared towards kids, even though a lot of Nintendo fans are adults. But, you know, the movie is definitely geared towards kids, and, you know, they got to keep things moving because, you know, kids will switch off if there's too much talking and not enough, like, stuff happening. But there are definitely multiple moments in that first movie where I would have liked for them to slow down and just have the characters talk to each other a bit more, for a bit longer, you know? There are definitely a few scenes where I would have liked a bit more something. They could have easily filled up a bit more of the movie with... I know it's like... Luigi's my favorite character, and I know that I have a bias there, but I feel like Luigi could have used some more screen time and given like a subplot of sorts, with him maybe attempting to escape on his own. Because like the movie isn't even that long as it is. It's like an hour and a bit, hour and a half. I don't know. It's not like it's a long movie on its own. So you know there could have been more screen time, but I get that animation takes time. Especially with Nintendo's, like, crazy quality assurance. But yeah, the first movie, like, it's just go, go, go. And it doesn't make it, like, hard to follow or unwatchable, but stuff just really just happens in that movie. It's Bowser. Yeah, we've done this fight before, so we're gonna just, you know... do this quick as we can. I'm gonna do the punch. But yeah, Rosalina looks really cool. I'm not really too concerned about how Rosalina's gonna be. I think she looks super cool. One sort of complaint that I've heard about the first movie, which I do kind of understand, is that, like, Peach in particular is like... I don't know how else to describe it, so I'll just use the words that my twin typically says. Is like Peach is too girl boss, essentially. Now, in that she's like a bit more like action-packed to how the games typically depict her, which isn't bad, but it does feel like it's not. It feels like she's a different character to how Peach is typically depicted in the games. I don't mind that she's a lot more, you know, a lot tougher. I don't mind that, but we never get to see her, you know, acting like Princess Peach from the games. Like she never. I'd like to see more of her being, you know, compassionate and stuff like that, and I don't know, maybe bake some cake because she does that a lot. There's nothing wrong with enjoying baking. There wasn't even a reference to that in the movie. But, you know, Rosalina being that way makes a bit more sense because she has, like, she's like a cool space queen with powers and stuff. Yeah, she looked really cool in the trailer, though. The Lumas are cute, too. I've always really liked the Lumas. I think they're adorable. And they did reference in the trailer. I didn't see it initially when I first watched the trailer, but I did see it after the fact, where you can see, like, the little baby Luma. The little white one, just sort of chilling, and he's tiny. He's tiny. It's adorable. I don't know if the baby Luma will play like a role in the movie's plot, Because obviously the baby Luma in the Galaxy games is prominent because it's the Luma that's like with you the whole game. So I don't know if it's just simply a reference or if it's like going to be an actual plot point. Yeah, I love when Peach is adventurous, but this version feels very different. Yeah, I don't dislike her or anything. I think she's really enjoyable. It's just that she doesn't feel like Princess Peach as we know her. Which I guess is fine if it's just an alternate interpretation of the character, but she feels like a different character. I'd like to see more of her, like, more chill, you know... I'd like to see some scenes of her, like, chilling with some toads and, you know, just, like, not necessarily doing princessy things, but... I don't know, just... like all we ever see her do in the first movie is like adventurous stuff, so I wouldn't mind some other stuff as well. Maybe Mario and Peach go on a date. I don't know, and then I don't know. That's not you know exciting enough for a kids movie, I guess. I just like it when the characters interact with each other, you know? Is that so crazy? Kind of miss the cartoon version of her. I never watched any of the cartoons. I don't really know. What's Peach like in those? That's kind of interesting. I know that Peach is, you know, prominent in some of the cartoons. I remember watching a cartoon when I remember being at like I don't know a friend's house, like a cousin's house or something, like family were visiting there, and they had um, specifically a cartoon based on Super Mario World. I distinctly remember, and I remember watching that and being like, I like this. I wasn't even a Mario fan at that point. I hadn't really played any of the games, and I wasn't really much of a fan of Mario at that point. But I was like, this is nice, this is entertaining, I'd like to see more of this. But I didn't learn what the show was called, and I didn't know when it was on or where, so I never watched it again after that. I obviously know what it is now, but I didn't at the time. And maybe I should go back and watch it. I don't know. The only part I remember of the episodes that I watched was one short scene of I think Mario in some kind of like arena, like some kind of fighting tournament or of some kind, and then he like grabs like a the cape feather power up. And that's all I remember. And then I remember another scene where Luigi had been turned into a dog, and he's trying to jump a fence, and that's all I remember of that scene. I think I just like that's like where I dropped into it, so I didn't really know what was going on. She was kind of a mix of herself and Daisy in the show. Really interesting. Okay, I don't know a ton about Daisy. I just know she's a lot more energetic, sporty, I guess. I haven't really played all that many games that has Daisy in them, but I guess that's because Daisy isn't in a lot of games. She's in she's in a lot of the spin-offs, like, you know, the Mario Karts and the baseballs and the golfs and, you know, the sports games and stuff, or, you know, Mario Party. But I haven't really played much of that. Also, is it just me? I've been thinking this since I started playing today. Why does Luigi's neck look so weird? Do you see that? It kind of looks like he kind of looks like he's made out of wood, like he's like Pinocchio kind of. It's like they didn't really take the same amount of care modeling Luigi as they did with Mario, so his neck kind of looks a bit odd. You... He's like made out of Play-Doh. It's either that or he is like a wooden... He's a wooden boy. He's a wooden puppet. He's like, when can I leave to be on my own? Okay. Just in case it's not clear, I'm just redoing the final boss again to unlock the post-game content, because you have to do the final boss a second time. So that's why I'm kind of skipping over the cutscenes, because I've seen it already. I don't think we can skip the credits, so yeah. I think I specifically didn't do this in the last stream because I didn't want to have to do like sit through the credits twice in the same stream, so I thought I'll save it for the beginning of the next one. So at least it's a bit fresh. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing some of those old Mario cartoons. I wonder if Mario will ever get like a new show. Like a modern cartoon. I don't know how would that even work. They could make a cartoon based on the movies, maybe like a spin-off sort of situation. I don't know how that would work. Maybe they could do like a Netflix thing, but I don't know if Nintendo wants to do that. They've done that with Pokemon, but Pokemon's kind of its own thing. Oh yeah, because we're playing as Luigi now. Oh. God, he was like freaking out for a sec there. Because we're playing as Luigi now, I got to get used to the fact that he slips around a lot. Because we lost the Luma, I can't spin attack. Help, I thought it was the Sonic Colors music. Really? Like, I don't know what part of that game's soundtrack you could have mistook this for. Like, it couldn't have been the credits theme because it sounds nothing like it. Or is it just simply like the, you know, the main melody? Because I guess I could see that. Just like the instrumental of Reach for the Stars. Yoshi. Let's go, Yoshi. Yeah, I do like Sonic Colors. I think I've told this story before on stream, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, the instrumental, I think. Yeah, I guess I can see that, because it's very orchestral as well, isn't it? It just goes with the whole space thing. I remember back when I first played Super Mario Galaxy, I had already played Sonic Colors. Like, when I was little, I was definitely way more into Sonic than Mario, and that's still probably the case, but back when I was little, I was kind of led to believe that you couldn't be a fan of both. You're either on Team Sonic or Team Mario. So I was influenced in a way that made me, like, resent Mario because I grew up more Sonic. And then when I played Mario, and then as I like as I got older, I realized that was stupid, and I decided that I wanted to play Mario because it looked like fun. And I remember when I played Galaxy for the first time, I remember playing it, and my twin was with me, who was also very much more Sonic-y because you know we grew up in the same conditions. And they were like, oh, this is like a rip-off of Sonic Colors. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. This came out before Sonic Colors. And they didn't believe me. They thought I was, oh, the green comet. I think that's how we know that we've done it. You know you can die on the credits? I've seen that before. I don't know how to do that. I think you got to do something really specific to die in the credits, though. I don't know how to do that or what happens. I think I've seen a video about that before, but I don't know how to make that happen. I like how they just put the remastered credits on a black screen at the end. Oh, I think we've unlocked the green stars now. Here's Rosalina. She's looking mighty purty. Hello. Ah, I've got a hat. I stole this hat. Now I can sell it on eBay. Ah, good. Everyone's together now. He's like, yeah. Next, let's hear a story about the jewels of the cosmos. Let me tell you the story of the green stars. They're green. Green? Oh, he puts on the hat. That's cute. This is a story from long, long ago. Ah. Did you know that green is the funniest color? Prankster comets have appeared. Yeah, this game just got a whole lot greener. The Green Star Challenge is on. So green stars are quite a bit different to regular stars. The way that Blubber might explain it, I'm not sure. You've really done it now. Prankster comets are swarming all over the universe. See for yourself. So green stars work a little bit differently to regular stars. With the regular stars, it's usually just selecting a mission, and then you gotta, you know, do something for an NPC, get to the end of some kind of obstacle course, get to the end of the level, and just grab the star. The stars are always just right there for you to grab. The challenge is just getting to them. Green stars are different because they are actually hidden in the level. Hidden behind some kind of nook or cranny. They're just scattered throughout the level. The game does not show you where they are. You just need to... It's like an Easter egg hunt. You got to go and find them. There are, I believe there are 3 of them per galaxy, or maybe 2 for the smaller ones. And you can hear them because they make like a shining sound, so you can hear them. And you can see them if you happen to look their way. But other than that, you got to track them down on your own. There is no radar or indication, no little trickety trick that tells you where they are. You got to go find them, which makes them quite a cool like post-game challenge, you know, because it's a lot different from how stars usually work in these games. So let's see what the little Lumas say. I did this when I was a kid by accident, and it softlocked the game. Really? I wonder if they patched it for this version, so you can't do that anymore. You can still do the infinite Yoshi flutter, though, so maybe not. The universe is so full of joy. Have you ever seen a cosmic jewel? They have such a happy shine. And if you listen closely, you can hear the wonderful tinkling sound when one is nearby. Seriously. I didn't doubt you. I finally saw a cosmic jewel, thank you. I don't have any yet, but we'll get there. Let's go find us some cosmic jewels. I think before we leave, I'm gonna go and roll some of these dice. See if I can get some extra 1-ups. I think I'll manage. I don't think I've gotten a game over this whole playthrough, but I wouldn't want to start that now. I don't know if you know, I'm likely to die a lot from green stars. Because, you know, you just gotta find them. But I think some of them require you to make some pretty tricky jumps. Some of them I think are meant to be really tricky to get to. Which is why playing as Luigi is pretty handy, because Luigi can jump higher and farther. Yeah, he slips a little bit when you run, but, you know, you can jump good. Okay, we've got Starbit. Oh, we got 5 mushrooms. The last time I streamed this game, I rolled every single dice in this room, and they all landed on Starbit. Like, I didn't get a single mushroom from it, and I felt so cheated. There we go, nice. I've always thought that the mushrooms in Mario look really delicious, and I don't really like mushrooms all that much. but the mushrooms in the Mario games just they look kind of squishy, like they taste like marshmallow. Like, I'd love some Mario mushroom-shaped marshmallows. Hey, yo, did you see that? Those prankster comets were green. That means there are green stars around now. Those must be the cosmic jewels I keep hearing about. Those green stars are pretty hard to find, so keep your eyes and ears peeled. Take it away, Captain. I like how Luigi has just hijacked Mario's ship now. So yeah, we can see there's 3. So I think the smaller galaxies only have 2 and the big ones have 3. It doesn't matter which green star you select here. You can get any of them no matter what, so it doesn't matter much, but we'll go for green star 1. If we're lucky, this like flyover scene might show us one of them if we look. Nah, I guess not. We'll have to figure it out. I think they are ordered though I think they do that thing where when they show up in the level is the order that they show up on the Star Select screen, so if we get the second one, then we'll know that the first one has to be before that point. Also, the borders are green. There's so much green. It's the color that I think Persona 6 will probably be. Oh, hello. There we go, that was easy. So yeah, getting some of the green stars can just simply be that simple. That is the first one. I mean, some are hidden a lot more deviously than others from what I remember. I haven't played this game, obviously, in a few years, so I don't remember where all the green stars are. I just remember bits and pieces. Yeah, some of them, it is just as simple as that. I think even though there is, you know, the green stars essentially doubles the amount of overall power stars in the game, it's not like it's gonna take, like, not as long. It's gonna take significantly less time to track them all down because they're just hanging around. Also, because we're Luigi, we can make 6 skips like that. I'm going to assume that the next green star is probably on the next planet. Remember, we've got to keep our ears open because we can hear their shining. It mean P6 is going to be funny? I guess so. I mean, Persona's generally quite funny. But Persona 6 is going to be super funny, probably. Because it's green. Unless they choose to make it, like, orange or purple. I just feel like green is just a feeling. I think Persona 6 is going to be green. That's going to be its, like, you know, primary color. Like how 3 is blue and 4 is yellow. And 5 is red. I think 6 is going to be green. It might also be purple. I think it's either purple or green. Oh, I see it. So I couldn't even see that one. I could just faintly see its glow. So you got to keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, that's 2. 2 stars down. We are looking good. Yeah, it feels appropriate to be a Luigi for this bit. Purple is already taken by P1, I think. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if I've never played Persona 1 or 2, so I don't know if they have like a particular color scheme or if that's something that started with 3. But I'll take your word for it. I think technically maybe Persona 2 already had red, I'm not sure. But you know, the color scheme thing is definitely a more like established thing now. Although we do have that Persona 4 remake to look forward to. I actually forgot about that. That's exciting because I have actually yet to play Persona 4. I actually own it. I own it both on Steam and on PS4. Or PS5 rather. And I haven't played it. Because like partially it was at first because I was just looking for a good time to, because I thought about maybe streaming it, And then they announced the remake, so I thought, well, if I'm going to play this game for the first time, I'll wait for the remake. I thought that might be a good idea. So I'm looking forward to that. Okay, where's the key? Is it in this thing? Yeah, okay, it's in the last one I checked. Whoops. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be looking for green stars. Okay. How often do you think I'm gonna forget that I'm supposed to be looking for green stars? Also, remember when I said that the mission you select doesn't matter? It just occurred to me that it kind of does. Because it just occurred to me now that, you know, this particular green star that I selected changed the level. So that it's, like, basing it off of, like, the other one of the main stars instead, which takes you to different planets. So you might actually have to... so it kind of does matter, but I think you can find other green stars from within other missions. It just depends where the mission sends you. Okay, I'm just checking because it feels like this might be a place where a green star might be. I guess not. I thought maybe they might be hiding it on this cylindrical structure. They might be hiding it inside. I'm excited because once we get all the green stars, it'll be... We'll be able to do the final galaxy, the final challenge, which is like the 3D Mario, or not even 3D Mario, a lot of the 2D ones do it as well. Just essentially the series trend of having a really bonkers difficult level for 100%ing the game. Oh, I hear it. I hear the shine. Not the shine as in the shine sprite. I can hear the shining of the star. I can hear it. It's got to be around here somewhere then. There it is. Crap. Gotcha. Alright, that's all the green stars in the Sky Station galaxy. Already making such good progress. How's about that? Oh yeah, but getting back to... Oh yeah, now we get the gold crown, because we fully 100%ed the level. But yeah, but getting back to Persona for a sec, I was thinking about that. I know a lot of people are very, like, antsy about Persona 6 and how we know that it's real and it's a game that's in development, but much like Kingdom Hearts 4, we have not really seen... Well, with Kingdom Hearts 4, we've at least seen a teaser trailer. And some screenshots, but Persona 6 we know literally nothing about. Oh look, already I can see the first one. It's on top of that hill. I don't really mind waiting for Persona 6. I'm a lot more antsy about Kingdom Hearts 4 because Kingdom Hearts is my favourite. And also, we at least, again, we've seen like something of Kingdom Hearts 4, so it makes me want to see more. But with Persona 6, it's like, I can wait. I don't really mind. Persona games are so long, so... I'm looking forward to Persona 6, but I can wait. I mean, a lot of people are like mad because it's like, oh, we're getting a Persona 4 remake before 6. So it's like, oh... It's like, I don't really mind. I'm good with it. I mean, it is different for me because I haven't played Persona 4, so it'll be a fresh game for me, just not for a lot of other people. But yeah, I'm just down for some more Persona stuff. It doesn't have to be 6. You know, if they want to do more spin-offs or whatever, like, I'm down for that. It's too soon to talk about the KH4 case. Are you sure? I feel like Kingdom Hearts 4 is going to show up again very soon. I thought that about the last State of Play that happened, Like, I thought for sure it was gonna show there was gonna be a trailer for KH4 there. I only thought that because it was like a Japanese-focused state of play, which, and you know, Kingdom Hearts 4 falls under that category. And they even kind of like, they even like caught me because it was like, there was a bit where they were like, okay, up next we have a highly anticipated game from a popular game that's, you know, a big Square Enix franchise. And I'm like, but no, it was Dragon Quest, which is cool and stuff, and I'm looking forward to the Dragon Quest VII remake. I've never played that game before. But man, did I really think... It felt like all the stars had aligned, and then they just, like, snatched it away at the last minute. Speaking of stars aligning, here's the next one. Yeah, no Kingdom Hearts 4 there. But maybe at the Game Awards, huh? Maybe? That can happen. Stuff tends to show up at the Game Awards. It can happen. I don't know what day the Game Awards falls on. It's in December, I know that much. I already voted for the Game Awards. A lot of the games that were a part of the various categories, like the nominated games, I hadn't actually played most of them, so... me too, but at the end we all put on our clown wigs. Yeah, that's what I get for, you know, getting my hopes up. But I really thought it was time. I know I've thought that about every major event for the last couple years, and I'm not joking. But I really thought this was the one. But maybe the Game Awards. Yoshi! Yeah, we got Yoshi. It's the Yoshmaster. Chillax, broshi. Okay, so I think we gotta go to the next planet over, because the next green star is unlikely to be before the second one. Oh, we got a bot in the chat. Apologetic pillowcase. You're getting banned. Maybe if you stopped being a bot, you wouldn't get banned so much. Well, again, I say this every time, but I don't actually mind if a bot is in my chat, as long as they're not trying to sell me stuff or, you know, put in suspicious links or whatever. If they want to have a genuine chat, then I'd be happy to chat with a bot. I won't discriminate just because you're unhuman. Imagine if it drops by accident on social network like P3R. Oh my god, I forgot about that. I remember that. Oh, that was really funny, but also I feel so bad for whoever dropped the ball there. For those who don't know, Persona 3 Reload, the remake of Persona 3, that's came out like a year and a half ago. Yeah, did that game officially get announced at the Game Awards, or was it something else? I don't remember. But maybe it was like Summer Games Fest or something. Maybe, I don't recall. But yeah, that game got its trailer leaked on I don't think it was even just social media. I think it was on their official YouTube channel as well. Yeah, it got like leaked like a week or so, maybe like a few days early. Oh, there's the stuff. Like a few days early, because I assume that's whoever was in charge of that, like the social media manager or whoever was in charge of releasing the trailer, set up the scheduled date wrong. I assume that must be what had happened. So yeah, the Persona 3 remake was like the worst kept secret because they leaked it ahead of time. I think Persona 5 Tactica, which was the Persona 5 like tactics game spin-off, I think that also got leaked at the same time because I think they got announced together. I think that also got leaked as well. So, and then when it actually got officially announced at the event, everyone was like, "Yeah, we know already." Which is a shame, because I think it might have taken away from a lot of the, like, you know, the surprise. Even though it was heavily rumored for a long time. And heavily requested. But yeah, it's pretty funny though. I just feel really bad for whoever, you know, messed up there, because I feel like they might have gotten fired for that. Because that is quite the blunder. Because, you know, a lot of hype for a game derives from that initial surprise, you know? You know, from that grand reveal. Because a lot of people already knew about it a week before the official announcement, you know, the official announcement was more like, yeah, cool, we knew about that already. Which is a shame. It didn't stop the game from releasing to, like, incredible praise, and I think it's Atlus's most popular or best-selling game, actually. I think before it was Persona 5, that was their, like, best-selling game. Not just Persona game, but I think game in general. And I think 3 Reload topped it. Which is cool. Which is probably why they, like, greenlit a remake for Persona 4, because I was like, oh, damn. These Persona remakes, like, they do numbers. There's money to be made here, so... Which I'm glad about. I'm kind of glad that Persona 4 got a remake. I know some people were saying that it doesn't need it, and I wouldn't know personally, because I've yet to play that one. I'm glad it's getting a remake, because I would, if I do play it, I'd like to play like that was stupid. I'd like to play like a modern version of it, you know. But yeah, it would be funny. You were referring to Kingdom Hearts 4, I think, but Kingdom Hearts 4, it would be funny if that did get dropped on social media. I think that's unlikely though. I haven't seen that happen with Square Enix. They did have some of those screenshots as like a little apology for Missing Link getting cancelled, which is still rather upsetting. I was unlikely to play it, but I was interested in it. Ooh, there we go. That's what I was trying to do. New strat. Yeah, the physics in this game have a bit of a quirk, where if you're on a platform that's going upwards and you like jump at its peak, you'll go crazy high. So if you like manipulate those flip panels, you can like push yourself up. That's what I was trying to do, but I died. You don't have to do that. It's just a bit of a weird like physics quirk. It's not even. I wouldn't even say it's like a glitch. It's just how the game was made. So that was the first green star. I mean, this level is super mega linear, and it's really short so as well. This is like one of the smaller galaxies. So yeah, you can like, I think this is what speedrunners do to get through this level quickly. They like do some They do some of this, except they actually do it. Okay, I'm not good enough. Yeah, I keep getting caught. Okay. Okay, so that was the first green star. So the next one is probably just right in plain sight, just like that one was. And I'll be able to hear it. Woo, there it is! Nice! That was so slick. I didn't even know it was there. I just kind of went for it. I'm not sure if getting all the green stars will be a one-stream ordeal. I think that's unlikely. I feel like we'll be able to get through at least like a couple worlds and get all the green stars in this stream. I mean, I've only been streaming for like an hour, and 15 or so minutes of that was just the stream starting soon screen, and then add on like another 10 minutes for the final boss, give or take. So I haven't really been collecting green stars for that long. So I'm almost at the end of the first world, so It just depends if I get particularly lost. Like if there's just one of these stars that just really eludes me. I don't know if there's any on this planet. It doesn't look like it. I feel like I would have seen them. Have to go. Have a good stream, everyone. Sure thing, Okami. It's always a pleasure. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. I hope you have a good rest of your day. This is, I anticipate, to be a very chill, low-key stream where I'm just grabbing some green stars. I can already hear the next one. I bet it's up these pillars, which I cannot all jump up for some reason. Probably because they want you to use the drill. Drill! It's here somewhere, I can feel it in my bones. How do we get up there again? I don't remember how this galaxy works. Oh, there it is, I see it, I see it. It's, yeah, it's right here. I think I gotta jump it. I don't know if I can... I can't really jump it with the drill, though. Let me get rid of it. Maybe I can... Maybe the game expects me to just jump it from here. Maybe I can get on this. There we go. I'm sure doing these as Luigi makes it a bit easier because he can jump higher. I'm sure it's still doable as Mario. I don't think you're intended to necessarily be Luigi. But it helps. Just because he has that little bit of extra spring in his step, you know? I'll tell you what, I've been really wanting to play Super Mario Odyssey recently. But I want to go through the 3D Marios in relatively release order, which means I'm doing 3D World next. I would play 3D Land if it happens to get an official port. I prefer to not mess with emulators if I can help it. But I feel like it's unlikely that 3D Land will get a port, especially because 3D World is for the most part just 3D Land but with more stuff. So I think that's fine. I'll just be playing 3D World next at some point, and then I want to play Captain Toad. It's not a 3D Mario game necessarily, but it is connected to 3D World and Odyssey. But I also wanted to play the Mario plus Rabbids games as well. That was actually on my agenda. I think I was actually going to play Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, and then they announced the Super Mario Galaxy remasters. So I was like, man, I've got to play that. I've played both of the Mario plus Rabbids games before. I played Kingdom Battle, the first one, at least a few times. Oh, that's a tricky one. And I played... I've only played Sparks of Hope once when it came out. And I didn't even play all the DLC, actually. That's a really tricky star to get. How do you even get that without Luigi? Because I can barely reach it. There we go. I think they made it so you gotta kind of like expertly time your triple jump there, especially if you want to get that as Mario. But yeah, I played Sparks of Hope when it came out and I enjoyed it, but I didn't play all the DLC. The only DLC I did sufficiently play was the Rayman crossover, because that was clearly like the real big one, you know. Usually, like, there were 3 DLCs, and I got all 3 of them because I got the gold edition when the game came out, because I was like, I'm probably gonna want to play DLC if they do DLC, so I thought I'll just get the gold edition and save myself the trouble. But funnily enough, I didn't play all the DLC, so I might have wasted it there. But, you know, I do want to play it. It'd be cool to play it on stream. Because that way the DLC will be, like, fresh for me. Oh, we got Cosmic Clones. The Cosmic Clones still look like Mario, but they still have Luigi's animations. So yeah, I want to play Sparks of Hope. I played the Rayman DLC, but there were 3 DLC packs. I think the first one was... Because, you know, when games have DLC packs, they usually start pretty simple, but then they, like, ramp up as they go. I can hear the star. And the first DLC for Sparks of Hope was, I think, a roguelike mode, actually. It was kind of like this, which isn't too out of the ordinary. A lot of games seem to have stuff like that these days. It's essentially like, I remember it being like a mode where you kind of have to just do a series of battles in like this tower or something. And then, you know, you start with nothing, but then after each battle you can unlock upgrades and extra characters that will help you keep going, and I think that's cool. I think I did one run of that before stopping, because I think I just wanted to get to the actual DLC, but I think that's a really cool idea. I definitely want to play more of that if I do. And then the second DLC, the second and third DLCs were like story DLC. I think the second DLC pack was a DLC that takes place before the final boss, where it's essentially just an extra chapter of the main game. And then the Rayman DLC, I think, takes place after the main game. I don't know if it takes place before or after. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Where it's essentially just like its own side story about Rayman, which I think is cool. I don't really have much of a connection to Rayman. I've played like one Rayman game, and I liked it. I like the character as well, but I haven't played that many Rayman games. They don't really make Rayman games that widely available. Not through official means. But rumor has it they are working on new Rayman games, apparently. Which is cool, because I'd like to get into the series more. Okay, is there any chance that the green star I want is in this room somewhere? Like, would they put a green star here? Nah, I don't think there's one here. It's worth a look. At least I'm not locked in there once I go. Oh, well, that was rude. I'm surprised I haven't come across the green star yet. But I'm still just going for the first one. I'm wondering if I've missed it, because we're getting pretty deep into the level. Oh! Almost fell. I haven't even heard the twinkles. I'm starting to wonder if I was wrong about the whole you can get other green stars outside of its dedicated mission. Whoops! I jumped a bit too close to the sun there. Actually, I jumped a bit too close to the black hole void, to be more accurate. Forgive me for being a little bit random for a sec, but the other day I was thinking about the word poison, and I think it's a really funny word. If you say it out loud, I think the word poison is quite funny. So I don't know if anybody, like, gets where I'm coming from there. You know, poison. That's a good word. I like that word. Random thought. I don't really have anyone to share that with, so I'll say it on my stream. Oh, crap. I'm getting a bit too dangerous with the jumps. I'm gonna squish. Okay, I feel like up there in that little secret area with the star bits would have been a good place to hide a green star. Just saying. I really feel like I might have missed it. I'm gonna keep going, because you never know. Oh, I hear something. It might not be the first green star, but hey, I'll take it. Ah, there it is. I actually remember this one. For some reason, it's a very memorable one. I don't remember how to get it, though. No, I can't jump that. I think I gotta drop down from here. There we go. It's a pretty tricky maneuver. Okay, what green star is that? Because it feels too late in the level to be the first one. No, that is the first one. Damn, okay. Mixing it up a bit. It just occurred to me that the green stars are kind of just a prelude to the green stars in 3D World, because like the 3D World is a different kind of game. It's not like a collectathon. It's more like a linear 3D platformer. But in that game you have like the 3 collectibles, and they're green stars, which essentially work like they do here, except you don't get booted out the level, and they're not a required collectible for the most part. You have to get a certain amount to progress, but you don't have to. It's not like the entire game is built around them. You know, like 3D World just has a goalpost for its level objectives. I'm just gonna scoot around you. So I got to get to that green bit, and then I'll know that the next green star that I desire is past that point. Whoops! Oh, I thought I'd die. Thought I was gonna die. I can never die. Feel a desire to go fast. Man, I really wish I was more into speedrunning. But on the other hand, I like the way I play games. I play games very slowly. I like to pace myself. Oh! But so many people I know are into speedrunning. And by so many, I think I mean like 2 or 3. But still, speedrunning seems to be such a big deal, and I don't know. I wish I was into it more. So I could, you know, be a part of it. And join in. There's nothing stopping me, but I just don't think I enjoy it. I wish I enjoyed speedrunning, but I just don't think I'm built that way. I don't know. I feel like I could be capable of speedrunning if I really applied myself to it, but if there's no passion, then why should I bother? Whoa! Like, I'm playing kind of quickly now, but that's just because I'm trying to go towards an objective. I'm not, like, optimizing my route. I guess I just don't have the patience for it as well. It's ironic that speedrunning is this thing that requires patience, but, you know, it does. You gotta learn stuff, and, I don't know, I don't like the idea of repeating the same stuff over and over again to learn it better. I mean, I guess I like doing that if it's like a super hard boss fight. Okay, where's the green? Because that's just the regular star. No, I didn't want to grab it. Damn it. But yeah, I do wish I was in speedrunning more. I think, you know what may have influenced my desire to play games slowly? I think it's partially because, like when I was younger, I wasn't able to really get new games very often. I only ever got, like, money on Christmas or my birthday. And my parents weren't a big fan of buying me games. They're not, like, against gaming or whatever, but my mum's reason was always, like, it's such an impersonal gift, you know? Which I disagree with. I just think it's something that she just doesn't really understand as well. Usually when I wanted to get new games, I'd have to kind of plan, because the only times I would get money was like Christmas or my birthday, so I'd have to plan around that. Like what games come out, and if I, and saving up for those when I was little. And so because of that, I really wanted to make games last, which is why I think I 100%ed games a lot more than I do now. I still do on occasion, if it's a game I really like. But I don't 100% games as much as I did back then, because back then I wanted to make them last for as long as I could. It's also that, but there's also one distinct memory that I have, where the first Pokemon game that I ever got was Pokemon Pearl for the DS. And I wasn't really knowledgeable about the Pokemon games back then. I was pretty young. I think I was like 10, I don't recall. No, maybe a bit younger than that, I don't recall. Depends when Pokemon Pearl came out. Why did I do that? I just remember, and the reason I wanted to get Pokemon Pearl was because my brother got Pokemon Diamond. My older brother, that is. He got Pokemon Diamond, and typically when he gets a new game, he, like, talks it up so much. And because I also had a DS, and the fact that you can play with other people and connect and stuff, he wanted me to get Pokemon Pearl. Which made sense, and I wasn't against that idea. So I did. I remember getting it for Christmas, I think. I remember playing it on Christmas Day, so I think I got it for Christmas. This is, I know I'm supposed to be talking about like why I play games slowly. It'll be relevant. I remember getting to a point in the game where my Pokemon had evolved. My starter, I chose Turtwig as my starter because I thought it was the cutest one, and I liked it. I remember getting to a point in the game where it fully evolved into Torterra. And you have to get like a decent ways into the game for that to happen. And I was really excited, I was really happy, and then I remember excitedly going over to my brother's room and just excitedly showing him my DS, being like, oh my god, look, check out how my starter, look how cool it is, because I think I was seeing it for the first time too. And then my brother was not as excited as I was, because he was just like, wow, you're going through this game way too quickly, you gotta slow it down, you can't go through games quickly like that. And I don't remember exactly if those were his exact words, probably not, but I just remember he was like low-key scolding me for playing the game too fast. Because I think it had only been like a couple days since I got the game, and I'd already gotten to that point. It's not like I was at the end of the game or anything, but I was like well beyond half at that point. And you know, it was just like kind of like being like, don't play through games that quick. You should slow down. And I don't know, back then I kind of did whatever I was told, so being told to like slow it down, I guess it just kind of stuck with me, and I just did that. And I've continued to do that. Here it is, the sneaky bugger. Oh my god, Luigi has no head in his shadow. Yeah, like him telling me to like slow down, and that I'm playing the game too fast. It just stuck with me, and from that moment on, I would always like not necessarily like stop playing games or like just not play them as often. I would still play games often. I just would go out of my way to make the experience last longer by, I guess, like doing all the stuff and 100%ing games, which is probably where my kick for that started to an extent. Um, I think it is also just something I like doing. And yeah, I was just led to feel like playing or beating a game too quickly is a bad thing. And yeah, even now, like whenever I beat a game pretty quickly after getting it, like let's say like within the day, I got it because some games are that short. It kind of gives like a bit of a bad taste in my mouth. It shouldn't, because some games are designed to be short and replayable, but it kind of just sticks in my mind. I can see a shadow here. I think I got to get the cloud. So yeah, it sucks. I don't really know why he told me to slow down, really, because who was I hurting? I would have thought that he would want me to catch up with him so that we could battle together. Because obviously he had the game for much longer than me by that point. It just felt really weird. It was like, I don't want to talk about it too much, but as a child, my brother would say a lot of like odd things to me, and I would just kind of believe him because I believed everything I was told. And then thinking back on it, I'm like, that's so weird. It's such a weird thing to tell me or scold me for. And what sucks is that sometimes those things just kind of stick with me. For better or worse. I don't think it's bad advice to pace yourself with a game. I just think it's more important that you play the game how you want to play it. Like I wouldn't scold someone for playing a game too fast. Then again, I'm not a child, so... Like, if you want to slow down or speed up, then if that's... All I ask is that you enjoy the game. If how you're playing it makes you not enjoy the game, then I would scold you, maybe. But I think you'd be the first one to notice. I feel like the next green star might be around here somewhere. I'm getting that feeling. Also, I saw it, actually. I saw it in the distance. Yeah. I also just like to play games slowly. Just to make the experience last. The thing I like to say is that I'm only going to play the game for the first time once. And then you can't get that experience back once you've done it, so... I want to make it a playthrough to remember. And really get everything I can out of it, you know? But some people just don't think like that. And, you know, playing the game to the best of your ability and optimizing it and getting really good at it is how some people prefer to enjoy them. I don't really mind so much about getting good at games. I think it does have an impact on your enjoyability. Because obviously if you suck at a game and you're dying all the time, then that doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're gonna hate it, but it can affect your enjoyability. Like there's nothing wrong with losing, but losing all the time does something to you. So I don't really mind about being super amazing good at a game. I don't mind too much. I don't care about competing or being the best at a game, as long as I'm playing the way that I find fun. Also hi there, Mentory, how you doing? Hope you're doing alright. I'm just telling stories right now. I was playing Sonic Racing Cross Worlds with a friend the other day, and by the other day I mean yesterday. And so in case you haven't played Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, that game has a feature called Gadgets, where they're essentially like equipable power-ups or bonuses that give you buffs. Some are more passive than others, like making it so that you can drift easier, or you know, you get rings when you collide into enemies or opponents or whatever. You know, they give you little buffs. And so when you have a system like that, there's inevitably going to be like gadgets that are just better than others or more optimal for certain loadouts and stuff like that. And so I was playing so when I play Crossworlds, I don't really give a ton of thought as to what gadgets I have. I like to use ones that kind of give me more subtle bonuses that don't change the core gameplay too much. And I remember like just kind of saying, oh, I don't really care too much about optimizing my gadgets because I just want to play in the way that's the most fun, and I think worrying about gadgets makes the game less fun. And then my friend was like, why even bother playing? Like, if you're not gonna, like, optimize your gadgets to be the best that they can be, then why are you even bothering to play? And I thought that, and like, this friend of mine, I really like, and, you know, I enjoy playing with him. But that kind of, like, really, like, showed to me, like, how different we can think. Because it's like the point of playing is to enjoy the game. I don't care if I'm shooting myself in the foot a little bit, as long as I'm having fun. I just thought it was interesting, because it just really like showed me how different people's playstyles can be. I'm not really gonna sweat the small stuff. I'm just very much... with some games, I'm very go with the flow, and not very... Even if I'm, you know, doing something detrimental, it's like, it's whatever, But then again, like, I can see how wanting to get really good with a game and learn the ins and outs, you know. The problem is when, you know, getting good at a game requires me to play the game in a way that I don't find fun. And that's the thing about speedrunning that doesn't really appeal to me, is that I don't see... When I see speedruns, I'm like, that's very impressive, it's quite entertaining to watch, but it doesn't look fun. It doesn't look like a fun way for me to play the game. That's when I don't care about optimization and playing as best as you can, because it just doesn't look like fun. It doesn't look like a fun way to play. I'd much rather handicap myself otherwise. I don't mind playing with a handicap. I don't mind games that are really challenging either. I welcome a bit of challenge. Where's that first green star? Sometimes I go into these levels and I forget that I'm even looking for green stars. Sorry, Mentoria, I was like deep in thought there. I hope you're doing alright. And yeah, you redeemed a hydrate, so I'll do that. We're looking for green stars today in Mario Galaxy 2. Which is like post-game content where they're essentially hidden like Easter eggs throughout the levels. It's actually a really cool post-game content. It makes the game way longer than the first Galaxy. You get a decent amount of bang for your buck with this game, I think. Or at least you were back on the Wii. You know, the game's a bit expensive on Switch if you're... That's a whole conversation. But it's cool because it makes you explore the levels in a different way, and it's a different kind of challenge. It's a great way to get more content out of the same levels, essentially. And the game is already pretty content-filled, you know, just going for the regular 120 stars. Like, that feels like a whole game, it feels like a whole experience. It doesn't feel like the game is, like, rehashing or padding too much. It's really cool. I guess Odyssey would kind of do this as well, because Odyssey has it so that only a portion of the game's overall power moons are collectible during the main base game story. Once you beat the game is where like a crap ton of extra moons show up in all the previous levels. Though it's different there because it's they're like actual... A lot of the moons in Odyssey feel like Easter egg hunts, like the way that the green stars are in this one. But a lot of them are also like handcrafted challenges. And the extra moons that you get in the post-game are just more of that. Which is pretty cool. Actually, I think a majority of the game's overall moons is in the post-game. That's actually a complaint about Odyssey that I've seen, is that the core base main game is a bit too short. Like, it's only a few hours, and then a majority of the game's actual runtime is in the post game, which I don't think is a bad thing, because you're still getting like content. Did I miss the star? Because I'm at the boss now. I remember some people being concerned that Donkey Kong Bonanza might be the same way, because Bonanza is made by the Odyssey team. And I won't say too much about it, but Bonanza has a very strong connection to Mario Odyssey. It feels similar in a lot of ways. There's a lot of similar like UI stuff. It was made by the same team that made Odyssey, and it shows. And a lot of people are like, oh, I hope Bonanza doesn't do the same thing where a majority of the game's content is in the post-game. But no, I can say with confidence that Bonanza does not do that. It's more typical, where a majority of the game's content is in the base game. And then the post-game does have a lot to do, but it's not where a majority of the runtime is. Okay, I don't know where the green star is, because I went all the way to the boss and I didn't find it. I must have walked past it while I was talking and didn't notice. Because like the first green star is up on that ledge over there, so it has to be after that point. So maybe it must be on one of these cylindrical planets, yeah? I must have just skipped past it without knowing. Keep our ears open for it. Oh, there it is, I see it. That's a pretty sneaky one. How am I going to get to that? Whoa, crap. I think I just have to jump it. It's kind of a leap of faith situation. Man, that's crazy. Like, Luigi has better jumping than Mario, so would you be able to do this with Mario? I think if you do, it's like just barely. You got a pixel perfect. It's actually kind of nice that the game gives you Luigi to just, if you want like a bit of an easier time with this. I don't really mind if it's a bit easier with Luigi, because it's not easy, it's just a bit easier because he has better jumping. Even though he does slip around a bit more, so there is like a trade-off. I don't have anything to prove, so I don't mind doing the easier version. Okay, that was all of World 1. That actually took longer than I thought. And yep, we've done all the World 1 stuff, and it's all gold crowned. So now we're doing the next batch. We got Puzzle Plank Galaxy, The Green Stars. Green Stars are quite fun, actually. Especially because it's a very fast-paced kind of challenge, like, because you just go in there, get your green star, and go. And then there's not all the fluff, which is perfect for post-game stuff. This is a tricky one. Also, yeah, some of them are just at the beginning, so there's not a whole lot of backtracking you gotta do. There is a part of me that wishes they didn't kick you out of the level, but I understand that some of the missions change the level, so... It's a lot better than how, like, Sunshine does its blue coins, and also its 100 coin shines, where you have to select a specific mission in order to get those, because, like, there's a shine for getting 100 coins, but some of the missions within some of the levels don't have 100 coins in them. And the game does not indicate this in any way, so you kind of just have to figure it out. Either trial and error. I can imagine how absolutely soul-draining it is to go for one of the 100 coin shines in Mario Sunshine, and then get, like, all the coins, only to find that you don't have enough, because that particular mission doesn't have 100 coins in it. That must be horrible. Thankfully, I've only played Sunshine twice. Once when the 3D All-Stars collection first came out, and then a second time on stream. I wish I had streamed it back then for the first time. That would have been good. But I guess because I was streaming back then, I guess I just didn't want to. I wasn't confident in my streaming abilities. Or lack thereof. Yeah, I didn't have that problem with the 100 coins in Sunshine because I specifically went out of my way, because I knew that was a thing going into the game, so I specifically went out of my way to look up which missions were best for coin collecting. Okay, I feel like, I don't know, I had a feeling there might be a green star on this planet. I guess not. What about in this pipe? I don't think there is. I'm gonna grab some... I wonder if any of the green stars are locked on the, like the optional launch star path. With the Hungry Lumas. Something to keep in mind. So I've started working on my my yearly clip compilation. I think this will be the 3rd year I've done this. It's where I essentially take all the clips from throughout my streams throughout the year. Oh, there it is. I see it in the distance. I think it was in the preview flyover. Yeah, where I just take like some of my favorite clips from streams from throughout the year, also clips that the viewers have clipped as well, which is why I encourage clipping. And I'll essentially put them into a compilation. It doesn't, you know, if someone clips a moment from a stream, you know, I have to approve of it. I'm not just going to put whatever. It just makes it easier for me to find moments that people like, you know. And I've started working on that. Also, hi there, speaking. Sup, brother? Just wanted to drop in for a sec to say hi. Hope the stream goes well. I'm not home at the moment. Got really bad connection. Later. Oh, sure thing, speaking. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. That's really nice of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're doing. I'm doing fine. And I hope you are doing fine as well. Well, wherever you may be. What was I saying? Oh, I see the 3rd green star. It's under the platform there. That's a pretty sneaky spot. I should pay attention to these like flyovers a bit more because they can show up there. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so I'm working on that clip compilation. I haven't properly started it yet. I've gathered up a lot of clips and I've already edited a lot of them for like shorts and Instagram reels and stuff. So I'm just going to include those as they are. But I think my plan was to start properly editing the clip compilation together at the beginning of December, which it almost is in a few hours. But I've realized that, but I'm also working on like scripted videos as well. I'm working on 2. And then I'm also working on Tears of the Kingdom highlights. So I'm working on a lot of stuff at the same time. Which is why it takes me a while to finish videos, because I'm spreading myself a bit thin, but it's whatever. Whoops. But I think I need to put the clip compilation on hold. Like, the thing is that I was intending on starting to edit it properly in December so that it will be done by the end of the year, and I can like upload it on New Year's or something, or January 1st, and then I could just like add in if there's any clips from this month that I want to add in there, I can just add those onto the end. That's assuming that there are any clips that I want to include from throughout December. I don't know. But I think I'll have to put it on hold for a bit, because, again, I'm working on other videos. I'm working on a couple scripted ones. And one of those 2 scripted videos that I'm working on, the significantly shorter one of the 2, is getting close to being done, and I think I'd really like to focus on that, and focus on finishing that first before I work on the other stuff, because it would be really great to upload it before the end of the year, because If not, then that would mean that throughout 2025 I've only uploaded one scripted video. And it was a rather big video. But still, I don't like it was just the one. I'm very slow with a lot of things. And making videos is another thing. I mean, it doesn't help that I've been working on like other videos at the same time. So if I zeroed in on just one, then I'd probably get them done sooner, you know? Yeah, but you know, the one video that I did upload this year was my Flow Motion video, which was back in February, I think. So it took me ages to even get close to finishing this one. I think it's for a few reasons, but yeah, my Flow Motion video was longer. It was like 25 minutes or something, which is longer than most of my other videos. It's not the longest one I've made, scripted video that is. But it also took me a while to get going with the videos I'm currently working on. Because I'm like the two scripted videos I'm working on. Sorry to talk about this too much. I'm sorry if this is not like something that people want to hear about. But I'm just kind of speaking my mind. Yeah, the two scripted videos I'm currently working on. One of them is quite a short one. Like we're talking like 12 minutes. I thought there'd be one up here. And then the other one is a much longer one. I don't know how long it'll be, but maybe like 20 to 30 minutes. I don't know exactly. And that one is still very early on. But the shorter one is getting close to being done. And it took me a while to properly get going with that one, because I initially was focusing on writing the script for the longer one. Like, I intended for that one to be my next one. And so I spent a good while writing the script, and because it's a lengthy script, it's like 15 pages, which is long by my standards. Because I was taking quite a while to write the script, because I don't want to rush that process. And then also, I'm not even done recording the voiceover yet, but I've already I had started that, and then recording the gameplay and stuff. Which I've mostly done up to this point. And then a couple months into that whole process, like I had finished writing the script and I was starting to record it and all that stuff. And then I decided that I wanted to make a different video first, a much shorter one. I was inspired by something, by a game releasing, and I thought, I want to make a video about this thing. And even though it's a shorter video, it took me some time to really get on a roll with it. You know, I was writing the script. And also, just even like after writing the script and recording the voiceover, just editing it was a lengthy process because for some reason, like it happens a lot anyway, but for this video in particular, it's been really difficult for me to focus on it. Like to just sit down and make progress, it was really hard. It's not like I don't like the video. Now that it's almost done and I'm starting to get like a full picture of what the video is going to be like when it's finally finished, I'm actually really happy with it, but relatively earlier on into the process, I straight up just wasn't happy with it for a lot of it. Like it came and went. Like sometimes I was happy with it, sometimes I wasn't. And I was just like, ugh, this is such a slog, like, ugh. These, like some of my more recent editing sessions, I've been able to get a lot done because I've been a lot more passionate about it, and I'm like, I'm quite happy with this, with how this is going. But because I was so like all over the place with it for a while, it took me a while to like get trucking with it and really make progress on it. Crap. I had to sacrifice Yoshi for nothing! It's a tricky one, though. These are quite fun to get. But yeah, the video is getting close to being done. At its current length, in the editing process, it's about 10 minutes so far, and I anticipate it'll be about 12. So, you know, it's getting there. It's almost done. Well, almost. The script is only 4 pages long, which is quite a big significant difference compared to my 15 pages of the other one. But I'm editing, like, I'm like halfway through the final page in terms of the script. And, you know, the last couple paragraphs is basically just me sort of concluding, like, wrapping stuff up. I'll be glad to finally get it done. I just hope I can get it finished before the end of the year. I'm going to really try and focus on it, and instead of like working on a bunch of other different videos at the same time, I'm going to zero in on this one and get it done. Because I'd like to upload another video before the year ends. There's no real stakes there, but I would just like to. I'm a neat freak. I hope it goes over well. I'm actually needing to record some extra gameplay footage. I very rarely have all the gameplay footage I need for videos. Like, I always, like... sorry again if this is not interesting to hear, or people just don't like hearing about content stuff. I'll understand if that's the case. But, you know, it's what's on my mind. It's keeping me engaged. It's like a podcast at this point where I'm just hunting green stars and yapping about stuff. I don't really have anyone else to talk to about this sort of stuff, so... and, you know, streaming has always been like an outlet for me, so... yeah, usually the way my video making process goes is that it's an alternate... I alternate between, like, the first step of the process is to alternate between writing the script and recording the footage. I can do that in either order. I typically alternate between the two based on what's convenient. If it's like something that requires that I play the game first before writing, then obviously I'll get the footage first. But typically it's the kind of thing where I can just alternate between it, if I feel like I can write without needing to play the whole game first. But rarely do I have all the footage I need right away. Like, I'll do like a playthrough and try and get as much as I can. But I rarely have all that I need, and I typically need to go back and get extra stuff. You know, specific stuff. Stuff that I didn't think that I would need footage of. I try and be thorough on the first go, but rarely do I get everything I need, so... but yeah, I've got a lot of footage I need to get, and most of the footage I need is for Switch games, and since I have the Switch all hooked up and ready to go for this stream, I'm just gonna gather the footage I need after this stream is over, for convenience. And I got a lot I need to get, so... But I've taken to writing a list so I don't forget. I even put a post-it note on my desk here to remind me to get footage or record footage, because I tend to forget if I don't write it down. Okay, Boulder Bowl Galaxy. I distinctly remember a green star being on this bridge, but on top of the bridge. You can already hear it, you gotta like wall jump. Yeah, I distinctly remember this one, because I remember being really proud of myself when I first got it. But yeah, I'm excited that the video's almost done. Because it's nice to not be stuck on the same thing for too long. I doubt it will get seen by all that many people. Well, then again, well, I don't know. It's a popular game that I'm talking about. I don't want to say what the video is, because I want to leave it a surprise, I guess. Not that I think it's a big deal. But I've gone this long without saying what it is, so I figured I might as well. The other, like, longer video that I'm working on, like, is a Sonic Generations video. I'm not keeping that to myself. But this other one, I'm just going to keep to myself. It's not like it's a big deal, like a big, like, whoa kind of thing. But, you know, it's whatever. I've already started working on the Sonic Generations video. Like, as I said, I had the script written ages ago. And I haven't actually recorded all the voiceover for it yet. It's, I can't voice record too frequently. It's better when the house is quiet before I do that. Also, oh, the green star's over there, is it? Okay. I can't get that now, I'll have to go back. Yeah, I can't record my voice as often as I'd like. I think it doesn't help that I'm a bit of a neat freak, and I'd like to typically record my voice in the optimal conditions. Like, I'd like the house to be quiet. If I'm feeling a little bit sneezy, or if I got a bit of a sore throat, I'll typically not want to record, because it might not make a big difference, but I would prefer to not record when I'm not feeling super well and then regret it later, and then it's just a waste of my time, so... And then I'll have to re-record the stuff again later anyway. Like, I've been a little bit under the weather for the past week, so I haven't done much voiceover recording because of that. Hopefully I can do some next week. But again, I also want to wait for the house to be quiet, typically. Like, to be a bit empty, you know? So I have to plan around it a little bit. So I actually haven't recorded all of the voiceover for Sonic Generations yet. I've recorded at least half of it. You know, I have already begun to edit the voiceover that I have recorded. That's typically like how I save a bit of time. I think it would be silly of me to wait until I've recorded the whole script before editing at least what I have. Because I can't voice record as often. It's a good use of time to just work with what I do have. And typically, like, a lot of the time I need to re-record stuff from my script, either because I change it, or I add to it, or I just didn't like any of my takes of a certain line. So it's useful, because I don't notice that stuff until I edit it, so it's convenient for, like, if there's a line that I want to add or re-record, I can make a note of it, and then the next time that I'm voice recording for the next actual new part of the script that I haven't recorded yet, I usually do the re-recording stuff as like a warm-up before I record the actual new stuff. And that way I don't have to do a completely separate voice recording session for re-recording stuff. It's like a nice little time saver. And also a good way to warm up. I've been trying to do more vocal warm-ups as well, because I think that helps. I have a very fragile voice. If I stream for too long, you can tell that my voice starts to deteriorate. And my voice sounds better... Oh, I'm dead. And my voice sounds better when it's, you know, rested and refreshed, which is why I've also been taking more breaks. I've been learning a lot of new little tricks to make voice recording at least a bit easier. I don't know for sure if I'd say it's something I'm better at now, but it's something that I've gotten a bit easier with. Like, I didn't take breaks before. Oh, there's the star. Sneaky. Like, I never took breaks when I recorded my voice before, which is silly because it's so obvious. Like, yeah, you should rest your voice a bit. Usually I would... Because, like, before, another reason as to why my videos would take so long is I would kind of just record until my voice got tired and then call it a day and then come back another day. And because of that, I would only be able to record, like, a few paragraphs. Especially because I like to re-record the same lines over and over and over again until I'm fully happy with it. So I'd only be able to do like a few paragraphs before calling it for the day. But no, instead what I do is that once my voice gets a bit tired or I've recorded a few paragraphs, I'll take a break. Usually they can be pretty lengthy breaks because again my voice is kind of fragile and I think the longer it takes to rest is for the better. So I'll take like maybe 20 to 30 minutes, I'll watch a video or whatever and then get back to it. And it's great. I think the quality of my recordings is better because I take the time to rest my voice a bit. In one of my earlier videos, one part that I thought was jarring back then when I made it, but I didn't think too much of it at the time, because it's not really a problem, it's just something that I at least find very noticeable, is that there's a point where you can very easily tell when one recording session ends and the next one starts because of how different my voice sounds. It's like halfway through one of my videos, my voice very noticeably changes, at least to me. It might be the kind of thing where it's only something that I notice, but yeah, like my voice is like really croaky, and then in the next sentence it's really refreshed, and you can so easily tell that I stopped a recording session and started a new one. So with what I'm doing now, that I'm letting my voice rest a bit, it's led to my voice being a lot more consistent sounding, which is good. Or at least I think it's better that way. I've also started drinking warm water and doing spit takes. I don't know if that helps at all, if it maybe soothes my voice a bit more. I drink water, like that was something that I always did. I would always drink water. You know, stay hydrated, all that's very important. But now I've been drinking warm water because I think it soothes more. Maybe I should drink something like hot chocolate or something. I don't really like hot drinks though. Or tea, but I don't really like tea. I don't dislike tea, but I don't particularly enjoy it. But I've started drinking warm water because I think that's more soothing. And I think doing spit takes helps as well. Because one problem I have when... why do I keep doing the tutorial? I think I can skip it if I want. I'm just not thinking. I think spit takes helps because one problem I have with recording my voice is that you can typically hear a lot of like those mouth clicks, or like, you know, like saliva buildup. And you can hear that in some of my recordings. And I think doing those like spit takes or like vocal warm-ups kind of helps get rid of some of that. I did hear a tip once that apparently eating apples helps. Like, which is interesting. I haven't tried that. Maybe I should try that. I heard eating apples kind of helps get rid of those mouth sounds. I would suspect that it would do the opposite, but I don't know. Because wouldn't that just like build up the saliva more to eat like sweet things? Or maybe that's what you want, so that it kind of gets rid of it. I don't know. I'm down to learn more tips on how to make my voice recording experience a bit better. Because it's probably my least favorite aspect of the video making process. It's I don't know. I kind of like writing the scripts. I've heard some people say like the script writing part is their least favorite, and I don't mind that because that's where you can kind of like. I kind of enjoy writing at times if I'm writing something I'm passionate about, which I think goes for most people. But man, where's the star? I have not seen it. But yeah, I think the voiceover recording is my least favorite part. Because it's something, I mean, something because, you know, I have a fragile voice and it's something that I can't do all that often, it's really inconvenient, and whenever I do have an opportunity to voice record, it's usually going to be for like a couple hours. So I have a bit of a time sink, and I don't want to rush it, so... Okay, this time I'm going to reject your tutorial. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the voiceover recording, but, you know, on the other hand, that is the point in the process where the video starts to take a bit more shape. It stops being just words on a page and starts to become a bit more real. That's how it felt when I made my first scripted video, where I was like, oh man, I'm really doing this, huh? So I was really nervous. Oh no, there's ups and downs. But ultimately, I enjoy making the final thing and being like, yay, I did that. And some people actually like it. Okay. Sorry I was yapping so long about my content stuff. I don't mean for it to sound like I'm promoting myself. Ooh, hello. That's a sneaky spot. But yeah, I'll wind down on the content talk for now. It's not really a big deal anyway. But talk about the game. I'm really raking in those stars. I think we're about halfway through World 2 now. How long have I been streaming for? About 2 hours. I'm really moving. I feel like at my current pace, I might be able to get the to the end of World 3. Maybe? I don't know. What I'd like to do is maybe for the next stream, I try and get like half of the green stars in this stream and then get the other half in the next stream and then end it off with the super duper final level. Just so that everything's nice and balanced. I don't know. I don't like finishing a game too early into a stream and then it's like, well, if I end the stream now, it'll be kind of short. And I don't really want that, even though it probably doesn't matter, it's fine. But I prefer not to. Because, you know, if I'm taking the time to stream, I might as well make the most of the time. But I guess there's nothing stopping me from just like, you know, I've got the Switch hooked up so I can play some Mario Kart or something. And people can join me for that if they like. Okay, so I'm looking for green stars, and I feel like I might have gone past it, maybe. I'm kind of in autopilot. I haven't played much of Mario Kart World. Actually, I played it a little bit a few days ago, just because I think it was before I was starting up a stream. And I think it was a stream where I was playing with the PS5. So I had that all hooked up in my room here. And then I was like, well, I have some time to kill. And then like in the living room downstairs I had the Switch hooked up, so I was like, well, the Switch is down here, so I'll play something on this for like an hour before my stream is ready to go. I guess there's nothing stopping me from starting my stream early, but I like starting at the same time. Consistency is a pretty good thing. Okay, I don't think the green star is here. I haven't heard a shine. So I think because the Switch was hooked up and I didn't really have any other games that I felt like playing at the time, I was like, I'll just play some Mario Kart World. And I hadn't played Mario Kart World since Sonic Racing Cross Worlds came out, which I've definitely played more of by this point. And I was wondering if going back to Mario Kart World would be kind of weird, or the game would feel like inferior in comparison going back to it. And going back to Mario Kart World, I'm like, no, it's still really fun. Like, it's different fun, though. I don't think Sonic Racing Cross Worlds is objectively better than Mario Kart World. I think they offer up different experiences. I definitely think Mario Kart World is less skills-based, I think. There is skills to it, with like the rail grinding and stuff, and the wall riding. There's skill to it, but that stuff isn't really going to get you too far. Like, you don't need any of that stuff to win races. You make you feel cool though, and it's fun. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds I feel like is a bit more skills based, so it has more of a skill ceiling. I think I enjoy the very pick up and play nature of Mario Kart. And then also I actually know people who have Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. I don't know anyone who has Mario Kart World. I don't know too many people who have a Switch 2. Which is fair. Oh, there's a green star. I don't know if that's the first one, though. I think I saw that earlier, but I assumed it was probably like the second or third. I'm surprised there isn't one hidden underwater. It's a pretty tame hiding spot, it's just kind of there. But yeah, Mario Kart World is still fun. I've only done one stream of Mario Kart World, and I want to do another one, but I don't know what I would do aside from just play the game, which I think it's a good game to have on my speed dial, so to speak. Like if I'm streaming and I finish a game really early on into a stream and I want to kill some extra time. I think Mario Kart World is good for that. I have not played Kirby's Air Ride, and I most likely won't. I'm not really a Kirby fan, exactly. I've only played one Kirby game. Kirby is a series that I'd like to be into more, but I just haven't really gotten too into it yet. I was interested in Kirby's Air Riders. I was thinking about getting it, but it's probably expensive, and I'm playing so many kart races, and there was also just a lot of games coming out in general. Like, I definitely wanted to play Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment more. And there's just so many games, and games are expensive, especially like the AAA kind. So I don't think I'll ever play Kirby Air Riders because, like, I don't... It's the kind of game where I probably get it on sale, but because it's a Nintendo game, that's unlikely to happen. And if it does go on sale at some point, it's not going to be anytime soon, and it will probably be really minuscule. Like a 10% or, I don't know, like a 5 even, I don't know. Like, I go on the PlayStation Store and I can see some real steals there, like absurd. But Nintendo just doesn't be like that, at least not with Nintendo games. First party anyway. So, I'd like to play Kirby Air Riders, but not, like, full price extent, I've heard it's pretty good though. I've actually heard more mixed things from it than I was expecting, really. I think overall it's very positive. But I've heard some, some stuff where people are like, that city trial mode is really where it's at, but the main racing is kind of just whatever, where the city trial is really the star of the show, and then a lot of the other modes just don't really hold up in the same way. I've heard some mixed stuff. Overall, it seems to be very positive. I just don't know if it's the kind of game that I should really prioritize right now. I can hear a star. I don't know if that's the main star or if it's a green one. Oh, it's a green one. Oh, the game wants me to drop down. A little leap of faith action. But yeah, I don't know if I'll get Kirby Air Riders. This is definitely the year of the kart racer, though. Got Mario Kart World, like, in the first half of the year, and then Sonic Racing around the middle-ish. Came out September, didn't it? That's not really so much the middle. Mario Kart World was more the middle, because that was June. And then there's Kirby. It's just, yeah, a lot of kart races. Okay, Green Star 3. I don't really have many other, like, new games on my radar right now. I think Age of Imprisonment was the last game on my radar for the year. Like, there are games that have come out, like Hollow Knight Silksong and Yooka-Laylee, that I do really want to play. I'm just kind of waiting to see if maybe I can catch them on a sale. But as far as like new games that I want to play ASAP kind of games, like the big ones, there's nothing really left. Nothing for December for me. Age of Imprisonment was basically the last one. I don't know if there's anything coming out like next year. I don't think so. There's no like big RPGs. I'm kind of looking forward to Dragon Quest VII. I would like the remake that they're doing, reimagining, because it already got remade on 3DS, I think. So they're just doing it again. I'm looking forward to that. I wasn't actually thrilled about that, mainly because I was just a little bit disappointed that Dragon Quest VII is getting a remake, and Dragon Quest IX, which is a game I have a very big nostalgic connection to, has never been re-released ever, and is stuck on the DS. I so want Dragon Quest IX to get a re-release. My twin and I would play that game all the time. We got crazy into it. It was the first Dragon Quest game either of us have ever played. And I think it's the only Dragon Quest game that my twin has played. And I haven't played a ton of others. I played 11, and I love that. Would greatly recommend Dragon Quest XI if you like RPGs. So I'm thinking that I'll like Dragon Quest VII. So I was just a little bit bummed at first because I was like, why is this getting remade but we've never gotten a Dragon Quest IX re-release? It's only because I have lots of nostalgia for 9. Dragon Quest IX was on the DS, and the reason why I liked it so much was because it had a really big focus on co-op. Basically, you could like play it with your friends who had a copy of the game in their own DS, and it was really good co-op. It's like one of the best like multiplayer co-ops in a game like that, in an RPG, that I've ever seen from like a story-based game. Obviously not like an MMO or like an online game, but like a story-based game like that. Because it's like you literally just play through the game's story together on equal terms. Like you're both as like you're not like gated from some of the game's content because you're not player one, essentially. Like how it really works is that like one player can open up a portal to their game, essentially to their world, and then the other player can just drop in with all their levels and stuff intact. Like no matter how far the other player is in their game, they can enter the other player's game, and all their levels and stuff and equipment and everything they have is still there, so you can really break the game if the other player is significantly stronger. But my twin and I would typically play the game so we were at the same point. You'd have to play a little ways into the game, like a few hours into the game, before you unlock the ability to do multiplayer. But once we do, we'd both get to that point at the same time, and then we'd resume playing the game in one world together. And it's so good. It's such a good like co-op RPG. It's one of my favorite co-op games I've played with my twin. And I so very much want that game to get re-released, ideally with online, so that we can play it together. Because we only ever played through it once. It was one of those games where we always got stuck. We played when we were pretty young, but it was the kind of game that we would go back to a lot throughout the years. And we'd always get like a little bit further, but we'd always get stuck at one or two fights, and then because the game's surprisingly hard, or at least it felt like it back then. Maybe it wouldn't feel so hard these days, but depending on how we played it. I remember we had to do a lot of level grinding, so I'm a lot better at RPGs nowadays, so maybe I wouldn't find it as difficult. But we would always get stuck at the same point, and it took us ages. It took us literally years before we ever saw the ending of the game. I distinctly remember we beat the game in 2017, I think. I distinctly remember because I was like I specifically wanted to make a mental note of the year we finally beat Dragon Quest IX for the first time. I think it was 2017. It was either 2017 or 2016. It was one of those two. Is there no green star here? Guess not. My ankle's just shattered. Yeah, we only ever beat the game once. After years of getting to, a certain point and then stopping because it was too hard. And I remember it was so hype. I don't even remember what the ending was. I don't even remember how the game ends. I don't really remember. Because it only happened the once. And I would just love to play that again. Ideally. It doesn't even have to be a remake or a remaster. Just an enhanced port. Maybe just upscale the game, whatever. Give it online so that I can play with my twin. Maybe we get it on the Switch or something because we both own a Switch, and then have some fun. Enjoy this very big game from my childhood. And it's frustrating because I believe Dragon Quest IX is the only mainline Dragon Quest game that has never been re-released before. It was released on the DS and it's never left the DS. Which is such nonsense. And Dragon Quest VII gets remade twice. I don't know how accurate that is. I might be getting my info wrong there. How did I get on the topic of Dragon Quest IX? I don't remember. Like, genuinely, how did I... Maybe it's because I was thinking about Dragon Quest VII. But I think, yeah, Dragon Quest VII is coming out next year. I don't think it's coming out December, so it must be coming out next year. So I put that on my wish list, because that might be a good one. I think I'll wait for reviews. I don't think that's the kind of game where I want to play it right away. I'll wait for reviews, or the sale or something, and I'll play it. Because I really love Dragon Quest XI. Like, as far as mainline Dragon Quest games go, I've only ever played 9 and 11. And I played both of the Dragon Quest Builders games, which is basically a spin-off, where it's essentially Dragon Quest meets Minecraft, and they're actually really good. I believe it's the same devs who are currently making Pokopia, you know, that like Ditto Pokemon game. I believe it's the same devs. Or the same team, same company, whatever. There's overlap. So those are the only Dragon Quest games I've actually played, but I really like them. I hear that 8 is very good, but I prefer a re-release of that. They did recently do like the Pixel, like the HD 2D games of like the first 3. I don't know if I want to play those though. I don't know if I'd be really into them. Because they're like the early Dragon Quest games, even if they are remade, they're still probably very simple in a lot of ways, so I don't know. I want like a real epic story to get engaged with, you know. That's what Dragon Quest XI did for me. I don't really care much about Dragon Quest IX's story, it's really all about the multiplayer in that game. But Dragon Quest XI is so engaging. I would wholly recommend, if you like RPGs, especially turn-based RPGs, it's like one of the purest turn-based RPGs that I've played. The characters are really likable. The music is kind of whatever. I would wholly recommend playing the special edition, the definitive edition, because that version of the game has an orchestrated soundtrack, while the original release had like a synthesized soundtrack. Also, the special version has like more content, like extra story content and stuff, and quality of life, all that good stuff. Yeah, Dragon Quest XI is super good. The thing about Dragon Quest XI, though, is that I played it once. I played it once on the Switch, because it was a Switch exclusive. Like, the original release of Dragon Quest XI, that released on, I think that was a PlayStation 4, Xbox One exclusive. And then the special edition, like, Dragon Quest XI's, or whatever, that was a Switch exclusive. I think it was one of the first games announced for the Switch One, I think. It was kind of supposed to be like this, it was supposed to be this game to kind of show off what the Switch One was capable of, like being like, check it out, we can have this like modern RPG on the Switch. Obviously it looks not as good as it does on PS4, but they made it a Switch exclusive, and it was like all and it had like new content as well. And it was like you can play handheld and stuff like that. So I played that version. I didn't realize that it was a timed exclusive. If it had released on all platforms at the same time, I probably would have gotten it on PS4 instead. Because I don't really care about the portability aspect, and I prefer to have smoother frame rates and stuff. Not that the game runs badly, it's just locked at 30, while PS4 it's locked at 60. Yeah, I got it on Switch, and I was hooked. I couldn't put the game down, I was so invested. The story was really interesting, I love the characters. It's one of those kinds of games where there's like an ensemble cast that you meet along the way, and they have their own backstories and reasons for journeying with you, and they have... You just become the best of friends by the end of the game, and I love them all. It's one of those kinds of games. And the story is engaging, there's lots of really cool twists. There's like time travel-y aspects, which if you know me, I love me some time travel. And the combat is fun, the gameplay is fun. It's, you know, turn-based, so it's strategic. It's good. It's just good. It's just good. Play the game. You probably get it on sale, price drop, whatever the hell. It's not a full price kind of game. It's also long as crap, especially if you're playing the special edition that has all the extra content. My first playthrough took me well over 100 hours. Granted, that was because I was literally doing every side quest, but which you don't have to do, obviously, but you can get like there's a ton of bang for your buck, like a ton of bang for your buck. So yeah, I would recommend it if you like those kinds of games. It's very, very good. The funny thing about it, though, is that I initially got it on Switch, and then I think a year later, the special edition got released on PS4 and Xbox. Because like the original version of Dragon Quest XI was already on PS4 and Xbox, but not the special edition that has all the extra stuff. And it is a lot of extra stuff too, so it's definitely worth it. And I played the whole game on Switch. And when the PS4 version came out, I was like, I want to give it a second playthrough, but I'd rather play it on PS4 because it'll be at 60 FPS and stuff like that, and I'd prefer that, you know, if it's an option. And I kind of ended up like kind of doing something a bit sneaky with it because it was a Switch 1 game, it wasn't as expensive, and also it was like a downgraded, at least in terms of visual and like performance, it was like only at 30, and you know, some of the models and textures were downgraded to be on Switch. So it wasn't that it's not a particularly expensive game. It's actually cheaper than the original version of the game, even though it has less content, which was funny. I took note of that. I also thought to myself, wow, anybody who wants to play Dragon Quest XI, it's very easy for you to just go onto the storefront and get the original for more money than the cheaper, better special edition. But I took note of the fact that, so like the special edition even on Switch was cheaper, and I wanted the PS4 version. And I took note of the fact that on PS4 it was cheaper than the Switch version for some reason. I think because the Switch version was just more desirable. The Switch was newer, and it had the portability aspects and stuff. It was just priced weird, so that even the special edition was slightly cheaper than on PS4 than it is on Switch. So I ended up, what I did was I sold my copy of Dragon Quest XI Special Edition on Switch, and essentially got all my money back from that, and then bought the PS4 version right away. And it was cheaper, so I actually made a profit doing that by like £5. Which isn't much, but I just wanted the game. I didn't mind if I broke even. But I just thought it was funny that I just wanted to get the version of the game that had better frame rate. I'd be losing out on portability, but I never really do that. And then I ended up like making a profit from it, from doing that. It felt like I was cheating at life. It felt like I was hacking. I almost felt bad. There was no downside. Also, I think I can hear the star. Like, is it here? Ah, sneaky, sneaky. Excuse me. I'm talking so much about Dragon Quest. Yeah, I do want to play more Dragon Quest games. I've heard that Dragon Quest VIII is a really good one. But I think that's only on the PS2, or there's like it had like a 3DS version as well. I don't really want to get a 3DS version. Especially if it's not out of the realm of possibility that it might get another remake or re-release later down the line, so I'd rather just wait for that. But the 7 remake looks pretty cool. It's more of like a top-down kind of game, or more isometric. But I can run with that. I do really want to re-release a Dragon Quest IX though. I want it so bad. I'm having that weird feeling where I feel like I can hear the twinkling sound from the green stars, but I think it's probably just in my head. I think it would be a lot clearer if it were actually happening. Ba, ba, ba. So this is the boss of World 2, right? So far I don't hear that twinkle. I bet I can jump that on my own. Yeah, there we go. I'm just listening out for the twinkle for the most part. I'll cruise through the level, and if I hear the twinkling, I'm sure I'll hear it. I started listening to Mario music while I edit. I like to listen to music that goes along with whatever video I'm making. Like if I'm making a Sonic video, then I'll listen to Sonic music. And I like to do that just because it keeps my head in the zone, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. It would just feel weird if I'm making like a Mario video and I'm listening to Zelda. It would just feel a bit weird. This way it's kind of like, it just keeps my head on task. So I've been listening to a lot of Mario music while I edit. And that was a good choice, because I found that... Oh, I see a glow over there. I found, like, this channel that does a lot of music compilations on YouTube. That's typically how I listen to music while I edit. I just find, like, those videos on YouTube that's, like, 10-hour-long video game music compilation. Like, you know, 10 hours of hype Mario music is a compilation that I've been listening to. And there's so many really good selections. It's good. I've endeavored to listen to music while I edit. I used to listen to podcasts or live streams or something like that while I edit. I've stopped doing that because I would get too distracted. I think I've mentioned this before, so sorry if I'm repeating myself, but it would just be way too easy for me to get distracted. Like I would just like stop and just like stare at the screen and watch it for a bit, not making any progress. With music, that's less likely to happen because there's nothing to watch. Sometimes I might stare off into space and just, you know, vibe in the music. I do that sometimes, but I'm less likely to just like stop entirely and just get distracted with stuff if it's music. I'll listen to podcasts if I'm doing something that doesn't require much concentration outside of editing, like if I want to make some thumbnails. Like I don't that's hard. I'm less likely to get distracted from that because that's very, well, I mean, depending on the thumbnail, it doesn't really require much focus. And yeah, Mario music is good. I don't want to listen to music that's too distracting, like too hype. That's tricky. Tricky business. I do that while I record my voiceover as well. I don't know if it's common for people to do that, but I like to have music playing while I listen to voiceover. Partially because I don't like the sound of computer fans. It's a bit of like a weird like a trigger of mine. I don't like the sound of computer fans. I need to have something to drown it out. Which is like another reason why I like to listen to music while I do stuff, just because I don't want to drown out those sounds I don't like. It'll be very difficult for me to focus on anything else otherwise. But I also listen to it while I'm recording my voiceover, because that way I won't hear the sound of my computer's fan. Where's the other green star? Because this is the boss room. And the first green star is over there. Maybe it's on top of this thwomp. No, I don't think it's on top. Like, this is the first one, so it has to be after this. Unless they randomly decide to change that rule. I would have thought it'd be like maybe pinned around here, but I don't hear the glow. Maybe this isn't the boss door. Oh no, it just leads to an extra section, right? Okay. I think the boss doors are usually like 3 of those locks. Okay, there's the green star, it's down here. Even if some of these aren't very deviously hidden, they are creatively hidden. But yeah, I like to listen to music, and listening to music while I record voiceover is a bit tricky, because I don't want to have it playing too loudly in my ears, because otherwise, when I record, it will feel like I'm shouting. And I don't want that, because I don't want to feel like I'm shouting in my video. So I need to play it faintly, but I also don't want to play something too distracting, because particularly songs with like vocals. So a lot of the time I can't really listen to a lot of Sonic music compilations, because a lot of those are going to have vocals in them. So I can't really listen to that most of the time, because if a song starts playing with vocals, then it's difficult for me to talk while that's going on. So I like to listen to some instrumentals. Okay, Cloudy Court. Green stairs. I think there's one on this dinosaur. Dino door. I started playing Tomb Raider the other day on stream. And I didn't say much about it at the time because I was just busy playing the game. After like playing that, I'm excited to continue playing it. I'm definitely going to continue playing it. But one thing I will say about Tomb Raider is that it hasn't hooked me as much as I would have hoped. I'm still going to continue it, and I'm going to see it through, definitely. I don't want to stop playing it. Because I do enjoy it. But I was hoping that I'd like it more, I guess. It's not a game that I feel like excited to continue playing, I guess. You want an example of a game that I played on stream that I was legitimately like itching to play more of? Deltarune? Definitely. That was a game where I was like, man, I gotta wait like a whole week before I can play it again. I mean, there was nothing stopping me from just streaming an additional time. But I don't want to stream too frequently. Yeah, Tomb Raider doesn't do that. Maybe it's just because it's the first one, you know, like first game growing pains. Where, you know, it's more refined in the next ones, so... I don't know if I will play the other games. I definitely want to see this first one through, though. Who knows, maybe by the end of it I'll really, you know, it'll really have clicked with me. Oh, hello. There's a star. Can I reach it with just 2 clouds? Oh, I only have 1. Okay, apparently 1 is all it took. I thought I had 2. Got some Stabbits. Oh man, this background is so beautiful. Cloudy Court. Star number 3. If I can get to the end of the 3rd world before the end of stream, that'd be good. But I've actually got plenty of time. I've only been streaming for 2.5 hours, which is not that long. Usually my streams range anywhere from 3 to 5, depending on how into it I'm getting. These days I feel like my streams aren't as long. There was a point where like most of my streams fell within that 4 to 5 hour mark. Not so much recently. Recently I've been like content with just leaving it after like maybe 3. I don't know why, but like for a while I felt like the longer the stream the better. The dirtier the better. I thought for some reason that like if the stream was longer that's better, but that's not necessarily the case. It depends what the stream is. You know, it's quality over quantity, you know. So these days it's like I'm willing to stop the stream sooner if, you know, I'm feeling drained. Because just pushing myself, that's no good for anyone. Not that it matters a ton. It's just a stream, I suppose. But I don't know. Is it crazy to take the things you like seriously? Even if a little bit. Okay, I haven't heard the next green star yet. No green stars up there, just checking. We're getting pretty deep into the level. So the next green star has got to be about soon. Oh, hi there, Tiago. Taking the things you like seriously sounds you enough. Yes, it is indeed. Some humans take things too seriously. Depends. I hope you're doing alright, though. How's it going? Has that new Monster Hunter update come out yet, or is that... I think that was probably for December, though. Anyway, I hope you're doing alright. Pixel Luigi? Oh, have you not seen this one yet? Yeah, I had Grim make it for Luigi's Mansion. And since I'm playing as Luigi right now, I figured... just makes sense. Yeah, December 16th. Gotcha. Doing good, what about you? I'm doing alright. I've been chatting, I've just been talking about a lot of various video games. I was talking a lot about Dragon Quest a second ago. I'm gonna get squished. Ah! I got squished. Nice hat. Yeah, the first time seeing it. Yeah, I like it too. I think it's quite good. I don't actually have a red Mario variant. It's just the green one for Luigi. I keep meaning to ask Grim if they can make me a red version, because all they'd have to do is just color swap it, which I think would be pretty quick and easy. But I keep forgetting to ask, because I've been asking them for a lot of artwork lately, and I feel bad about it. Also, they're currently on like a trip for the whole week. For all of next week, I think. So, I don't even know where they're going, or why. But they're on a trip. Hope their trip is going well. I think so. They sent me a message earlier, and subtext made it out like they were having fun, so... Are there any plans to add a mustache? No. I didn't want to do that, because I didn't want to change myself too drastically. Also, I think the mustache would look weird on me. Also, I don't have one in real life. I don't know. I thought about, for when I played Mario Odyssey, I thought about maybe adding eyes to it, because Cappy has eyes. But that might be cute. There's a green star, mate. Hopefully not taking a trip to the 4th dimension, Honda. You have to skip to the 5th. I don't know what dimension they're going to. Northumberland, apparently. That's apparently. I just looked at the message I got. I wonder what there is to do there. Imagine not having a mustache. I don't know if it would suit me. I don't really typically have facial hair, although shaving is such a pain. I feel like I look kind of scruffy if I ever let my facial hair grow out a bit. I don't shave as often as I probably should. I just get too lazy because it's so tedious. But I don't know, I've had some people tell me, like, my twin has told me, or my parents have told me, that they think I look good with a bit of facial hair, and it's like, that's cool, but it's not very me, I think. And also, it just seems uncomfortable, it seems like a pain. If I ever do have a significant amount of facial hair, it's just because I'm too lazy to shave it. Since you don't have a mustache, we unfortunately can no longer be friends. No! Is that like a rule? I bet the green star is up here. Sorry, Yoshi. It's over. It's been nice, however many years it's been a friendship. Understandable, also free will. Also your facial hair in the end of the day. Yeah. Like, I'm not against it, but I don't know if I could pull it off as well as other people can. 160 stars. We're really trucking along now. But we must fight to the death to resolve this conflict. But I don't want to have to beat you to a pulp. I mean, I don't actually think I've ever swung a real punch in my life, but still. Okay, that first green star was relatively easy. The trees here are still messed up with this lighting glitch. Punches? No, shall we use swords? Well, I have a bit more experience there. Not in real life, but you know, some experience. Oh, I hear another green star. I can hear it shining. I wonder if it's up or down. It's on this cylindrical planet somewhere. There it is. How do I get to that? Maybe drop down? Also, how humble of you to totally use 0.0000000000001% of your power in order for me to stand a chance. I'm that powerful. I have the power of God and anime on my side. Although I don't really watch too much anime, so swap out anime for them Bibio games. I play a lot of anime games, so that works, I think. Anyways, pick a day, preferably not on the weekend, Christmas, New Year's, or any public holiday. Oh man, would you know it? I'm busy on all days except for those holidays. I guess we'll just have to not fight. Maybe we can talk out our differences and resolve the conflict peacefully. Darn. The jazzy Yoshi music is gone, damn. Oh yeah, I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but the Game Awards is coming up, and I do so very much hope that Kingdom Hearts 4 shows up there. Obviously not for an award, but you know, they show trailers for games there as well. It's like the new E3, except not really as good. You know, there's just a lot of, you know, celebrities that have no business being at a video game award show. And then someone's going to pronounce something wrong. And it's going to be a meme. It's going to be funny. I bet the green star is on this slide. Might not they just got to wait until the concept of time ceases to exist. That's fine. Yeah, I was I pulled up the Game Awards website to put in my votes. I highly doubt what I vote for matters much, but it's all just for fun. And it made me realize how so many of the games that were nominated for various awards, I hadn't played most of them. Like the only game that had been nominated for like Game of the Year that I played was Donkey Kong Bonanza. There were lots of others. There was like Hades 2, Clair Obscur, a few indie stuff. Silk Song was there, and I've heard those were all great, and I do intend on playing Silk Song. I hadn't played any of them, so I didn't really feel like I could vote for any of them. So I kind of just had to. Just sort of, if there was like so many of the categories had games that I hadn't played any of the nominees, so I just kind of had to pick whichever I thought was probably the best. For Game of the Year, Donkey Kong Bonanza was nominated, which was the only nominee that I had played, so I just went for that one. Doesn't necessarily mean I think it's the best out of all the nominees, but I think it would be disingenuous to vote for a game that I hadn't played, even if I just, you know, heard stuff. Oh, there's a star. It's below the platform. That's sneaky. Well, am I supposed to, like, kind of loop around and get that? Nope, I got scared. Oh, that was close. Talking things out, this is an option, but not as cool as sword fighting during a solar eclipse. Wouldn't that burn our eyes? Or is that the other kind of eclipse? Or both? I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen an eclipse before, not in real life. Oh yeah, the Game Awards. Yeah, this year's Game Awards I feel like is a fish out of water. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Me too. When I think back on it, there's just aren't a lot of like really big, huge games that I played this year. I mean, there have been, but from my perspective, because I know Clair Obscur was like a huge deal, and it's apparently super duper good. But I haven't played it. I don't know if it's for me, like its vibe. I don't know. I've thought that about games before, and then I ended up liking them. So. But yeah, like I'm thinking back and like I really liked, like if I were to choose the Game of the Year, I would go with Deltarune, but that wasn't a new game. That was like a expansion of a game that already came out, technically. Even though it was really good. If that counted as like a new game, then I would totally consider that to be my Game of the Year. Donkey Kong Bonanza was also really good, but I don't know if it's Game of the Year material for me, as much as I liked it. And then I'm trying to think of other like new games that I played this year. I played Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition for the first time at the beginning of the year, but I wasn't as into that game as I would have liked. I finished the main story and I didn't even play the new, like, definitive edition story epilogue because I just didn't feel like it. I wish I liked that game more than I did. Whoops. The music was good though. I still have some songs for that game on my playlist. So at least I got that. And like, I did enjoy it, but I did get burnt out after a while. Nah, we'll sunglasses or something, or just straight up blindfolded. The game I was rooting for, I completely understand why I didn't make it. Wilds, and how it was exploding PCs on launch and sadly only getting fixed properly in this last update. But unfortunately it's a bit late. Yeah, I mean, Monster Hunter Wilds I did see get nominated for something. I don't remember what it was. I think it might have been Best Action Game? I don't recall. I think I voted for it just because there weren't any others that I'd played. I haven't played Wilds either, but it's the only one that I know of. Actually, I did play the beta, so that's something. But yeah, it's a shame that Wilds didn't seem to get like the big welcome wagon that, you know, probably would have liked. It seemed to have been very mixed. It got like I think like the game is good, but it's just like from what I've heard, it's a lot of stuff like the game is feeling lacking in terms of amount of content, and also there's like the launch issues with the PC version in particular, which probably did hurt the game's overall reputation, even if they do fix it. Sometimes the damage just gets done. Yeah, it's a real shame. I hope they work on the game and improve it, because, you know, that can happen. You know, you know, not Fallout. What am I thinking of? Cyberpunk. That's like the biggest, you know, case of a game that was incredibly flawed and buggy at the start that ended up becoming really great by the end of its updates. Obviously, Wild is not to the same extent, but I'm just saying, it could be one of those where it ends up getting like patches and updates and fixes, and then it ends up being really popular. It can happen. Stuff like that happens. It's maybe a bit rare, but it happens. Also, I can hear the green star. I can hear it. I can feel it in my bones. Oh no, that's not a green star. That's just the lame-ass regular star. Where's the green? I need my greens. Okay, I'm gonna re-enter. Because I obviously have missed the star. Where is it then? Because I haven't seen it. I think I'm autopiloting too much and I'm not taking in my surroundings enough. Excuse me, I'm gonna drink some water. Oh my god, it's right there! The game shows me! How did I miss that? It's like right on the path. It's before the green pipe. Wait, can I see it from here? If I go first person? The game unfortunately will not let me. Wait, I can hear it. It's here. Dodoy. There it is! Wow, that's tricky. How do you get that? I think I gotta triple jump it, but time it with this path here. There we go. Yaha! Oh yeah. I got the star. Wow, I sounded like a robot. I didn't know I could do that. Oh yeah. Does not compute. That's a hard voice to do. It's a good thing that it's not entertaining or useful, so I never have to use it. Okay, Green Star 3. I feel like this one will most likely change the level. Or not. Oh wait, yeah it does, because that's a different section. So it's fine that I didn't see it before. Yeah. That's a big boo. That's a big boy boo. Boos are really cute. I would love a pillow of them. I'd love a pillow of a lot of different video game creatures. Like Kirby. Whoa! Why did I do that? I was trying to spin. I wasn't able to spin for some reason. I wasn't really paying enough attention to know why that is. So I'm too impatient to wait for the platforms. Ow. Okay, the green star has got to be on this path somewhere. I'm just going to wait until I hear the shine. Oh, I can hear something. Oh, never mind. I think that was just my imagination. Oh, way to load out the level. Just want to see if I can see it. I can see the main star. I don't see the green one, though. It has to be here, Moon. I'm pretty sure I didn't hear it on my way over here. Unless I just completely tuned it out. Which is possible. Oh wait, there it is. It just hadn't loaded in yet, because I was too far away. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. So I gotta get it without getting caught by the ghost. So if I keep looking at them, I'll be fine. Sorry, I got some sausages to snack on. Hmm. $165 stars. I'm gonna make you a star. Okay, that was Haunty Halls. Now on to Freezy Flake. I love flakes. I don't know if flakes is a chocolate that's only in, like, the UK or not. If it's one of those kinds of things. If you don't know what flakes are, well, it's like a chocolate. It's not a chocolate bar. It's more of a chocolate stick. You usually find them inside ice cream. Well, not inside ice cream. They usually just kind of poke them into an ice cream, and then it's good. It's very flaky, hence the name, and it makes a massive mess. But they're really nice anyway. Also, hi there, Gamer Kid. How you doing? Hypixel, how's Galaxy 2? It's going good. We're doing the post-game stuff, where we're essentially looking for green stars, and they're different from regular stars because they're green, but also because they're hidden throughout the levels. You basically go back through all the levels and there's green stars hidden and you gotta find them. The game doesn't tell you or show you where they are, they're like Easter egg hunt. And it's quite fun. I haven't done this part of the game in years, just because Galaxy was always stuck on the Wii. Or Galaxy 2. Long text inbound, I'm okay with it, I don't mind some reading. Keep my reading skills sharp. Hold on, I'm just gonna kill this Bowser. Okay, is the green star maybe on the slide, or... I feel like there's got to be a green star in this area, because it feels weird if there wasn't. But I don't hear the glow. A little bit of Wild's lore. The biggest issue with was the performance issues, since in terms of content, it does have more content than both World and Rise in terms of pre-DLC. But the performance issues cooked the perspective of things. Apparently it was only supposed to launch in 2026, but corporate people being corporate pushed the devs into releasing it a whole year early, and we definitely got the feeling consequences of that. Yeah, that's a shame. Usually Monster Hunter games have quite a good track record of being, you know, decently polished and stuff, so it's a shame that, you know, meddling, you know, rushing it. Rushing a game is never a good idea. But, you know, they do it because of money and whatever. Since Master Rank is DLC and does qualify for the game unless you're Elden Ring, next chance Monster Hunter will get a game of the year will probably be past 2030 when the next generation Monster Hunter begins. Hopefully by then there'll be less corporate pressure on the devs, and yeah, maybe they'll be able to pull a Cyberpunk. I trust the devs. Yeah, I'm sure the devs are talented and they know what they're doing. It's just dealt a bit of a bad hand, unfortunately. That does remind me, we do have the new Monster Hunter Stories. They announced like Monster Hunter Stories 3, and it actually got me really interested into playing the first two games, because I'd never played them before. And I was thinking about maybe giving them a go. I think I played the demo for maybe like the first one, I don't know. But I'd like to play them, because they're all on PlayStation now, so I can get them there. I feel like Monster Hunter Stories might be more my cup of tea, because it's like a creature collection, turn-based RPG. I think that might be more my bag. And then the third one looks really cool. I thought it was a Zelda game before they, like, at the beginning of the trailer, like I didn't realize it was a Monster Hunter game. It looks very, very different. For if you fully completed Galaxy 1, which game do you think did its post-game better, Galaxy 1 or 2? That's a good question. I think Galaxy 2, and yes, I have... Oh, there's the star. I'm gonna jump off and die. I think Galaxy 2's post-game is a bit better, because it actually... Because, like, in terms of post-game, it depends on what you consider post-game, I guess, because Galaxy 1... If we're talking about content that is only unlocked after doing the final boss and rolling credits, Galaxy 1 technically has all the purple coins. Like, that doesn't get unlocked until you've beaten the game. So you got that, and then you've got the Luigi playthrough. I think that the Galaxy 2 post-game is better though, because most of it is new. Like, for beating the game, you get access to the special world, which is like a whole batch of new levels. A lot of them are a little bit, like, they do actually take a lot of stuff from Galaxy 1 and just throw them into the special world. A lot of it is, like, Galaxy 1 rehashing. But, you know, it's still new content within the context of this game. And then they have, like, the super mega super duper makes you want to die level. Which I'm excited to get to. And then they have this whole Green Star thing, which is, again, you're going back to all the levels that you had done before, but it's in a whole different new way. This is way more interesting. Because the Luigi playthrough in Galaxy 1, I love playing as Luigi. It was a really cool thing to unlock when I first played the game. But it is just the exact same game again, but as Luigi, and it doesn't really change much. And you don't have to do the Luigi playthrough, but if you want to truly 100% the game, you don't actually get the final star until you've beaten both Mario and Luigi's playthroughs. But like, I think Galaxy 2's postgame is better, because it feels like there's just more of it that's less, you know, rehashy. And the green stars are genuinely a really fun challenge. Because again, it's like an Easter egg hunt. You gotta, like, find them. You gotta seek them out. It's cool, it's different. It's a great way to reuse levels that you've already played, but in a completely new context. That makes it feel less repetitive, you know? Also, I see a glow over there. So like, how fun is that? Like, you know, you gotta like look for them. It's like, ooh, I see it over there. Like, that's cool. Okay, can I make that? Wait. Gotcha. It is what it is. Every franchise has to go through this canon of having one bad launch. Yeah, it happens. Oh yeah, Stories 3, that's going to be fun. I haven't played either of the Stories games yet. I do want to. Because it's like Pokemon, but with monsters that want to bite your face. Actually, that is also with Pokemon as well, but... one thing about Monster Hunter Stories that got me a little bit, like, less eager to try it was the fact that the combat system looks really simple, but I think there's probably more nuance to it than it looks. And I'm sure the second game only expands on it. It was on the 3DS, so I got to keep that in mind. Cough cough Pokemon. Well, that seems to be all that Pokemon is now. Because, like, yeah, having one bad launch is one thing. That's like a rite of passage. That's inevitable. Pokemon is funnily consistent with having subpar launches. Although I did really enjoy Legends EA. I won't pretend like it doesn't have problems. Also, hi there, Gooby Woobler. I recognize your username. It feels like it's been a bit since I've seen you, though. I hope you're doing alright. I don't remember the last stream you were here for. But it's nice to see you. I do think it's kind of stupid that Galaxy 1 makes you replay the entire game as Luigi again. I guess so. I mean, it is supposed to be like a bonus, I guess. I don't think they intend for you to play through the whole game right away as Luigi once you do it. I mean, that's what I did when I first played the game, and I had a blast, honestly. I didn't mind playing the game again as Luigi. But, you know, I wouldn't do that now. It is just the same game again, but as Luigi. It is supposed to be like a bonus, though. It is supposed to be more like an extra. It's not really post-game content in that way, then. Which only further, you know, proves that Galaxy 2's post-game is better. Because it actually has something. Green stars are a really fun concept, yeah. Yeah, I think they're cool. I would say that I'd like it if more 3D Mario games had the green stars, but when you think about it, Odyssey kind of already did that. Because a lot of Odyssey's moons are kind of just hidden ones that you have to find, you know? There are, you know, the typical ones where it's like, do an objective, but there are a lot of ones that are just kind of hidden. So that I guess they did kind of end up doing it again. Pokemon. I mean, what game doesn't have problems? Yeah, all games have their problems, it's just some are more flawed than others. Where's the final chip? This level is really seasonally appropriate. We haven't gotten any snow yet, though, here in the UK, at least not where I am. I feel like it's unlikely. Although then again, apparently this is going to be one of the colder winters we've had in recent years, so maybe. Yeah, I'm doing good. My birthday is coming up. Oh, cool. If it's sorry if it's I don't mean to pry, but when's your birthday? Got me curious. If you prefer not to say, then that's okay. I don't mind. Mine is on the 4th of July. So it falls on Independence Day, an American holiday that I do not celebrate because I'm not American. But it's still a neat thing, though. I got double Goombird. December 10th. Oh yeah, that is soon. Just like a week and a half. That's cool. I hope you have a good birthday. Do you have anything special planned? Anything you're gonna do? I bet the green star is hidden in this area because it's really hard to see. Trying to listen out for it. I thought I heard it, but I think that's just the twinkling in the music. And some series are consistent with having issues. Cough, cough, Pokemon. Yeah, it's a shame. Pokemon used to be on top of the world, and they still are in terms of money. But in terms of the quality of the games, I mean, the games always sell really great and review decently well. It's just, it's you know, it's just issues that don't matter to some people. I did really enjoy Legend ZA. I wasn't really bothered by the like the windows or whatever. So I thought it was a decently pleasant looking game, and it ran really well on Switch too. And I enjoyed the game. It didn't blow me away or anything. It's nowhere near to being like my game of the year, even though I don't really have many other contenders right now. I still enjoyed it. I played through the whole thing. I haven't done any of the post-game stuff. I was thinking about maybe doing some of that on stream, but I don't know if anyone's going to be interested in that. Yeah, I don't know. I feel bad for people whose birthday are on Christmas Day. Yeah, I can understand that, yeah. That sounds like a real drag. I'm sure it happens, though. I mean, there are probably better holidays to have your birthday on. I bet having your birthday be on Halloween might be interesting. Assuming you like Halloween. If you don't like Halloween, then that's a bit of an issue. Okay, there's the star. I feel like I need to triple jump to get that. I don't know if a backflip will do it. Ooh, that's tricky jumps. See, like, oh look, there's the other green star. The green stars require you to do some tricky maneuvers. It's a really cool aspect about them. Some of them are just hidden, but others are in plain sight, but you got to do some kind of tricky jump to get them. A lot easier with Luigi. Also, GameKid Redeem shoutout, talk about a random game. I feel like I've been doing that throughout the whole stream, but I'll think of something. Hold on. It doesn't matter, Uncle Ben. I've never liked Pokemon that much anyways. It sounds like a reference or a quote that I can't think of. Except for Scarlet. That one's probably my favorite because it's the only one I've beaten. Really like Pokemon Scarlet? That's cool. That game runs apparently really, really well on Switch too. Like, the biggest problem with the game is like the performance, and I guess it looks a little bit ugly as well. But apparently on Switch 2 it runs really well. I was actually thinking about getting it, but then I decided that I'd prefer Legend ZA. I prefer to get Violet, though, over Scarlet, because I know that the difference is that, you know, Scarlet is more like, because it's, like, based around time periods, and Violet is more futuristic, while, Scarlet is more themed around, like, old times, like, Stone Ages kind of thing. And I prefer the future robot look. I think that's cool. Birthday and Christmas Day might be a scam. One gift cover both Christmas and your birthday. Yeah, that'd be so sad if if some parents actually do that. Okay, I got a triple jump. That's tricky. Anyway, I got to shout out a random game. What random game should I be shouting out today? What have I been playing? I don't know. Oh, okay, I know what game to shout out. This stream is brought to you by Pikmin 4. Pikmin 4. It's a game that came out a few years ago. And it is the reason why I am now a Pikmin fan, because it's the game that convinced me to try out the other games. The reason why I'm bringing up Pikmin 4 and shouting it out is because it's a pretty fun game. It's not for everyone, but it's pretty fun. If you like strategy and managing an army of little plant people that are also very cute but could murder you. It recently got an update that added in a bit of extra content. Though what's really frustrating is that the biggest issue that people had, or the most common issue that people have with Pikmin 4, that I also had a problem with, was the automatic lock-on. So the way Pikmin works is that you have a cursor that you move around to aim your Pikmin and then throw them at things. Pikmin 4 had the big brain idea to have an automatic lock-on. Now locking on was something that Pikmin 3 implemented, and it works well there. You just press a button and it locks onto a target, so you can throw without having to aim manually. Pikmin 4 also has the manual lock-on, but it has an automatic lock-on as well, which basically makes it so that your cursor snaps onto targets, which is annoying because you want to be able to aim freely on your own. It's a bit of like it just doesn't feel as good. Even if it is technically better or more convenient or makes things easier, it doesn't feel as good. And the game did not have the ability to turn it off until this most recent update, like 3 years later. And the update doesn't even improve performance for Switch 2, it's just a regular update. For some reason, 3 years later. Why they only made it so that the auto-lock can be toggled like a few years after the fact, I have no idea, when it was such a prominent problem a lot of people had. But the worst part is that the automatic lock-on doesn't even work. Like, the update doesn't even, like, actually get rid of it. Like, they made it so that in the options menu, there is a setting to turn off the automatic lock-on. Even if you have it switched on, it still does it. It just doesn't do it to the same extent. It still automatically snaps onto things, but just not as much. It's hard to explain. It just does it anyway. It's really weird. And annoying. So I recently tried playing the game again, and I just got really annoyed by it. Okay, I forgot that I'm here to look for green stars. I'm gonna do this level again because I think I've just been ignoring it all. Pikmin golf game, call that Pikmin 4. Good one. I appreciate your pun. What are the Pikmin the balls? You just putt the Pikmin? The Putman? Funny you bring up Pikmin. I have Pikmin 1+2 on my Christmas list. Oh, cool. I would recommend them. I think they're a ton of fun. I think, like, Pikmin 2 is way longer than Pikmin 1, though. Pikmin 1 is really good, though. I think it might be my favorite one. Pikmin 2 is I won't say it's a slog, but it's a lot longer than the first one. And Pikmin 2 seems to be like either the fan favorite or the least favorite, depending on who you talk to, so. I mean, it's better than nothing. I'm under the impression that something is better than nothing. Yeah, it is better than nothing, because, you know, we didn't even get a toggle for a few years, so it's good that we have something. And the update did add some other stuff as well, like, extra collectible Pikmin that you can find. It also added a hard mode, which is cool, because the game was really easy. Which didn't bother me. But, you know, a little bit extra bite. It's pretty good. I think I can hear the star. Yeah, I can hear the star. There it is! Weren't you supposed to shout that game out? I did, right? I don't know, usually it's just like... Usually when I quote-unquote shout out a game, I just talk about it for a bit. And be like... Oh, I guess I was doing the opposite of shouting it out now that I think about it, because I was just complaining about the update. Update aside, Pikmin 4 is really good and I would recommend it, you know, but, you know, it just has an automatic lock-on, which is a bit annoying, but it's like the game was designed with the auto-lock in mind. It's just if you've played the previous Pikmin games, it's going to be a bit more jarring. Like, but I still massively enjoyed the game when I first played it, so... It's the kind of thing you gotta get used to. It's just a bit annoying that they added an option to toggle it, but they didn't actually. It's something you can work around, but other than that, the game is a ton of fun. It's just a shame they didn't make a, like a performance update for Switch 2. which is weird. Unless they're planning on doing a Switch 2 edition, which seems unlikely, because why would they do an update if they're planning on doing a Switch 2 edition anyway? But then again, Nintendo's weird, so... the Pikmin are the ball. Pikmin are just very puntable. One thing I thought about is Pikmin are actually incredibly small if you're thinking about them to scale. They're like the size of like a pea. Well, maybe a slightly bigger than that, but they're really tiny if you were to think of them in like real life. So I thought to myself, you know how some people have like ant farms? Like they have like a glass case and they got like ants that they have on in their room and they have like a little ant farm. I want a Pikmin farm. And then I'll just see them like doing their little thing, you know? It'd be adorable. I collect all different kinds of Pikmin. And then I could just watch them. By the way, long doesn't necessarily equal good. Yeah, that is very true. I don't mind a lengthy game as long as it's fun. But yeah, a long game can sometimes be... But I feel like Pikmin 2 being much, much longer than the first one is to its detriment a little bit, depending on how you view it. Gotta go. Have a good... Sure thing, Tiago. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have one for the rest of your day. And yeah, thanks for stopping by. It's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Where's that green star, matey? There it is. I see it in the distance. Oh, that's going to be difficult to get, I think. I've already completed the game, but it wouldn't hurt to replay it, or actually finish Pikmin 3. I liked Pikmin 3. I think it's a very pretty game. Had a chat with the fellow humanoid entities. Apparently we no longer have to battle to the death, so we chill? Yeah, we chill. I'm good. Lucky for you, because you would lose. Because I don't know if you have the power of God and anime on your side, but I sure do. I mean, Switch 2 Edition might still happen. Maybe, but it would just feel very weird for them to do a Switch 2 Edition after an update. You'd think they'd just roll it all into one big thing. But again, Nintendo is unpredictable and weird. They typically do the opposite of what you think an ordinary company would do, so... Pixel, Nintendo already has enough ways to get money, stop giving them ideas. Sorry. Sorry. The stars are green because they are ill. Aww. They're dying. That's why we've got to find them. I used to hate the color green because I associated it with being sick. But now some of my favorite video game characters are green. Luigi. Link. There we go. I have the power of Sans Undertale on my side. Green Hill's looking a lot more like Sans. Big lucky, and I do not have the power of God and enemy on my side. Alright, bye-byes everyone. Sure thing, Tiago, take care. Tell you what, we do have a Switch 2 edition of Animal Crossing. And I haven't looked into it, but I think the Animal Crossing Switch 2 edition is only like a £5 upgrade. Or like a $5 upgrade, whatever. What I'm saying is like it's a pretty cheap upgrade actually. Considering what they could have done. It actually seems very reasonable. Yoshi? I like Yoshi, but not that much. I like Yoshi. I don't have much of a connection with Yoshi, though. Also, we have a Switch 2 edition of Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which I'm looking forward to. I didn't stream Mario Wonder when it came out. I've only played it the once when it came out, and I didn't stream it because I wanted to keep it to myself, I guess. Also, Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2 came out around the same time, and I was busy streaming that. But when the Switch 2 edition comes out, I'd love to stream it, because it was a really fun game the first time, and there's going to be new content. They're probably going to put Rosalina in it because of the movie. Also, Rosalina. Just, that's all you really need. The piano on the Galaxy Select screen reminds me of Kirby's Epic Yarn for some reason. I was not conscious of the fact that there was a piano on the Select screen. I'll have to listen to that. That's a game that I really want to play. I really want to play Kirby's Epic Yarn, but it's stuck on the Wii. Actually, that's not true. It did get a re-release on 3DS, but apparently it's worse. It would have been nice if it got put on Switch, because I'd love to play it. It looks like a very chill, feel-good game. Also, it's one of those games that's funny because the narrator for the cutscenes has a different accent if you're playing like the American version or like the PAL version. So like, in PAL versions of the game he'll have a British accent. In like the American version he'll have an American accent. Which is funny because one of the early cutscenes, when Kirby goes to the crafted land or whatever, the yarn land, the narrator points out that the floor feels like trousers. But if you're playing the American version, he says pants, which I think is really funny. Also, hi there, Snack Pigeon. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Which is funny because I was actually born on the same day as Kirby's Epic Yarn release. Really? That was December 10th? Cool. Yeah, I've never played Kirby's Epic Yarn, but I'd really like to. I also want Yoshi's Woolly World to get re-released as well. I thought it would, but it's still on Wii U and 3DS. I might die. Check your Steam later? Oh, I've already seen it. I've seen what you've done, Snack Pigeon. I already saw. I guess I have no choice now. I appreciate it, though. How did you not fall just then? Like, yeah, I was on the banister for a sec there. I thought I was gonna fall. I've got your hammer, bro. How did I miss that? Honestly, I'm just waiting for a new Yoshi's Island game. It makes sense it was made by Good Feel, yeah. It is a feel-good game, yes. Didn't they announce a new Yoshi's Island game? At the Mario Anniversary Direct thing? Even though it's not a Mario game, but it's close enough, I guess. I forget what it was called. It was like Yoshi and the Amazing Book or something. Yoshi and the Snazzy Novel. It had like the sketchbook kind of art style. It looked really cool. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Yes, that was what it was. That looks interesting. I've never... Oh, crap. I thought, oh, maybe I'll be fine, damn it. There we go. We were waiting for it. You didn't tell me. It's alright. I saw your gift, Snack Pigeon, and I figured you would smugly tell me about it at some point, so... I figured I would just wait for you to bring it up. It's Luigi's hitbox, isn't it? Does Luigi have a bigger hitbox because he's taller? There's like pluses and negatives to playing Luigi. He's slippery. Though not when I'm riding Yoshi, that's handy. I want Yoshi's Woolly World to get released too, please. Yeah, I really want to play Yoshi's Woolly World on Switch. It's stuck on Wii. That's another game that also got re-released, but on the 3DS. Okay, where's the star? Here it is. Yeah, I remember I played Yoshi's Woolly World on the Wii U, but I didn't get too far into it, because I think I was borrowing it from someone, so... I remember really liking the cute art style. It looked really cute and adorable. I remember that you can like get different Yoshi skins or Yoshi yarns, and there's a bunch of different patterns of Yoshi, and also that the music was really nice. Yeah, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. That's the new one. Yeah, we've got to play Risk of Rain 2 soon. Sure, I'd be willing to give it a go since you know, gave the game to me. So I don't have an excuse to not at least try it. I appreciate it. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's not the first time I was right about video games. Also, Gooby, you redeemed random fact about the current game. That's interesting. What fact could I muster up about this game? I do have a fact, but it's kind of a well-known one that everyone knows. Or at least most people know. Oh, that's a tricky one. I think I got a triple jump to get that. How would you get that without Luigi? How would you get that with Mario's lame-ass jump? Yeah, Yoshi and Poochie's Woolly World does seem like a good port, though. Yeah, I'm sure it is good. Because it's just the same game, but with more in it. And maybe a less interesting overworld map. Because I think it has more of like a level select instead of like the explorable little map that you get on Wii U. And, you know, the 3DS version just doesn't look as good. I think it just looks really pretty on Wii U, and it doesn't pop as much on 3DS. But other than that, I think content-wise it's the same, it just has a little bit extra stuff. I was hoping they would do like a definitive edition on Switch. But that is yet to happen. It still could happen. Maybe with this new Yoshi game coming out, they'd want to introduce people to the previous one, you know? But yeah, I've got to figure out a random fact about this game. I do have a random fact, but it's a pretty obvious one. But then again, it's just random fact, it doesn't have to be a good fact. So here's a random fact about Galaxy 2. Galaxy 2 was originally not going to be a sequel. It was originally going to be more of an expansion to the original Galaxy. Working titles that it had early in development was Super Mario Galaxy 1.5, or literally Super Mario Galaxy More. It was kind of supposed to be more of a DLC kind of thing. I don't know, because DLC wasn't super prominent back on the Wii. I think it was, I think the Wii was capable of having DLC, because it had an online storefront, but you didn't really get a ton of that back then. So it's unclear if it was originally intended to be downloadable content, or if it was going to be like a final mix super edition that you have to buy separately. But eventually they had so many ideas for the game that they decided to just make it a full-on sequel, which is probably why this game's story is so samey and just like the first game's story, but not as interesting. I mean, you don't play Mario for story most of the time anyway, so it's not a big deal, but still. Anyway, I hope that is a sufficient fact. Oh, there's the third green star. It's on that planet with the troopers. Oh, I didn't hit the checkpoint. That's fine. I'm unlikely to die here anyway. Speaking of games with good arts and craft art styles, I really want to play Kirby and the Rainbow Curse again. It would make sense with the Switch 2 mouse controls too. Oh, I didn't think of that. That is a good idea. I've never played it. I've only ever played one Kirby game. So I do want to get into the Kirby series more, but none of the games seem to really grab me. The Kirby and the what was it, Rainbow Curse? I think in the UK it's called Kirby and the Rainbow Paintbrush, which is weird. It's one of those games that has a different name depending on where you are. But yeah, it looks really cute. It's got like that stop motion, like claymation art style, which is really cool. And it fits with the game's very chill, wholesome kind of vibe. I like that a lot. I do like the sort of cutesy craft-looking art styles. But yeah, that would actually work pretty well on Switch 2 with the mouse controls, yeah. Like, the mouse controls may seem like a gimmicky thing, but it does open up a bunch of interesting possibilities, not just for new games, but for potential ports of older games that couldn't really work otherwise. Like, a bunch of DS games could work on Switch 2 with the mouse controls. Games that required the touchscreen. They could emulate some of that with the mouse. Also, maybe certain Wii U games that were very touch-focused. Then again, most of the Wii's notable library of games has been ported by now. I can't really think of many Wii U games that are still stuck on the Wii U. Aside from games that are simply just not popular enough to get ported. Like, I would really like it if Paper Mario Color Splash was put onto Switch, but that's very unlikely to happen, because it's not popular enough. Even though I like it. It is certainly a flawed game, I can't deny that, but I do like it. Oh, and then there's the obvious, The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess, and Wind Waker. Which are the most baffling omissions from the Switch library I have ever encountered, or ever will, because I don't see why they have not done that. I don't even think it'd be that hard, you just... Like, the games have already been remastered, I don't want them to... They don't have to do anything more, just put them on the Switch. Like, yeah, the touchscreen gamepad functionality wouldn't be a thing anymore, but the game already had controller support anyway. So it would already work. They don't even have to improve it. Like, the games are already 1080p, and, you know, they could take it further if they want, but they don't have to. And, like, yeah, the games are both locked at 30. If they could get them both running at 60, that would be fantastic, but if there's some kind of fundamental reason as to why they need to be locked at 30 because of how they were made or something, then that's fine, I don't mind that, just as long as they're consistent. Sorry, I got a little bit heated for a sec there. That name, Rainbow Paintbrush, doesn't really make sense since Kirby doesn't really have a paintbrush, it's a fairy named Aline, which I only just now realized is a pun on Aline. Oh, Aline. I thought it was like, is it Aline or Aline? But yeah, the pun makes more sense if it's Aline. Or Eline. Eline. Oh, there's the star. How do I get up there? I gotta get up there. I think if I just get to the top of this building, I can get up there. Also, yeah, so Rainbow Paintbrush doesn't make sense, yeah. I mean, does Kirby get cursed in that game? Is that what that game's about? Is it a curse? I guess. I know that Kirby lore goes crazy. Which is a really cool aspect of that series, and another reason why I want to get into it more. Also, with DS games on Switch 2, Nintendo will finally be able to show their consumer base how it feels to emulate DS games. It'll be tricky. I think DS on Switch 2 can work. I think it can work. It might take a bit more, you know, effort, but I think it can happen. I'll tell you what game I think could really benefit from like a mouse mode update is The World Ends With You Final Remix. The World Ends With You was a game that was originally made for DS. It also got released on smartphones as well, I think. And then it got like an HD remake, not remake, more of a remaster, for Switch called Final Remix, which adds in like extra content and stuff. But it was a version of the game that was quickly forgotten about because its controls are not very good. If you're playing the game in handheld mode, then it does function pretty similarly to the way it did on DS, because it was very touchscreen focused. Like, the game is almost entirely touchscreen. And it worked well. It was like the good kind of touchscreen. But translating that to a controller just did not work, and people don't think on that version too favorably because of it. But mouse mode would work so well for that. If they update that game to have mouse mode, that would be great. But that's unlikely to happen because no one likes the Switch version because of its controls. Another thing, in terms of getting DS games to work on Switch 2, I did have this thought, and I think other people have thought of it as well probably, of like this sort of like, for playing DS games in handheld mode, they could make some kind of probably far too expensive and overpriced peripheral that basically, because like there's like a USB-C port on the top of the Switch 2, typically for the microphone. What if they had some kind of attachment where it's essentially just a second screen that you clamp onto the top of the system, and then it plugs in to the port at the top, and then it works as a top screen for DS games? That would be crazy. It'll probably cost way too much. But I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. It sounds kinda possible. It would be really weird, and it will be like the biggest DS ever. And you'd only be able to, you know, get the use out of that in handheld mode. But it sounds like the kinda, like, the weird thing that Nintendo would do. Like, need I remind you that they're making a Virtual Boy headset to go with the Virtual Boy Switch Online games, which is absolutely crazy town. It's too expensive, I'm not gonna get it, like, I'm not gonna play any of the Virtual Boy games, so... apparently it's required, though, to play the Virtual Boy games. If you're into all that red. Although they do have a cardboard version, which is also really funny. It's them bringing back the Labo stuff, which is, it's funny, but you know, it makes sense. So if you want some of that cardboard, then go for it. Look at that thing. Whoa. I feel like the green star is around here somewhere. But I don't hear it. Oh, I hear it now. Where is it? It's got to be on this little platform. Is it out in the distance somewhere and I've got to do a leap of faith jump to get it? Oh no, there it is! Oh, that's pretty sneaky. It seems like I have to jump with the flipped gravity. I don't think I can make that on my own. Well, maybe, I don't know. I can give it a try. No, there is no way in hell I'm making that. So... I think I need to drop with the gravity flipped, but it's very hard to tell where that is. Like, how far forward do I have to jump for that? Let's just try it. Oh my god! Shockingly, I got it on my first go. Yeah, I do wonder if we'll get DS games on the Switch too. It feels possible, but I don't know if they'd do that. One thing I'm concerned about is if they keep adding new systems onto the Switch Online, they're going to up the price of it. Which I do not like. I've gotten a little bit of use out of the GameCube, you know, Switch Online stuff. Actually, I've only so far used it to play Luigi's Mansion, but I really wanted to play Luigi's Mansion, so... I'll tell you what, I'm looking... They already announced some of the GameCube games that they're going to be... sorry, that they're going to be adding. I'm looking forward to Pokemon Colosseum and... What is it? Pokemon like Gale of Darkness, the sequel? Because I never played those games, and those games seem to be like, you know, big boys Pokemon game, if you get what I mean. It's like a bit more hardcore Pokemon. And apparently they're quite difficult too, so I'd really like to play those. I don't remember any of the other GameCube games they're going to be adding to it. I don't recall. Like Mario Sunshine, I think, but I already have that on the 3D All-Stars collection, so not really interested. Soul Calibur 2 is interesting, but I'm not really into fighting games. I just think it's cool that it's there. I would actually really like it if they added some of the Sonic games on there. I'd actually love Sonic Heroes on that. But I don't know if that's likely. I'm supposed to be looking for green stars, and I keep forgetting. I keep just kind of moseying through these levels, and I'm forgetting why I'm here. I gotta get that green, by which I mean green stars, not the other thing. Oh, there's one. I bet that's the second one, though. Where's the first one? Ooh, dear. Maybe they're all on the same planet. Oh no, here it is. It was snuck behind that balloon. I am starting to wonder if Luigi's hitbox is bigger because he's taller. Would they do that kind of attention to detail? I don't know if, how I can possibly figure that out. Sorry, I'm eating something. Why I'm talking funny. Okay, Green Star number 2, the sequel dequel. I already know where it is, so we can just book it. Okay, speedrun time, let's go. Crap, I'm already stuck. I gotta get the bee. I need to become a bee. I can live like a bee. Thinking bee up in here. Man, sometimes I wonder what animal-related power-ups they'll come up with next. And I thought the elephant power-up in Mario Wonder was pretty out there. It kind of makes me wonder what else they could possibly do. Maybe they could have a bat power-up where you'd be a bat. I don't know what powers it would have. It would make you glide, I suppose. But there's so many other power-ups that let you fly, so... What could there be? Maybe they have some kind of, like, sonar power. Where you scream at things and then they die. That'd be cool. No, power-up I think needs to make a return? The penguin suit. Because that was just in the new Super Mario Bros. Games. I think it was only in 2 of them. And I think it's cool, because it kind of renders the ice flower pointless. It's just better. Because it does everything that the ice flower does, which is shoot ice. But then the penguin suit also allows you to not slip on ice, and it also allows you to slide on ice and swim good. So it's just like the ice flower, but better in every possible way. So I prefer the penguin suit to come back over the ice flower showing up again. Give me a star. I'm a star, a great big shining star. What's our star count at now? Because we're burning through these. I think as far as green stars go, I'm at about the halfway point. Yeah, basically. Does the final world, like the special world, have green stars? Oh, they do too. Alright. So we got Starshine Beach or Chompworks. Let's go to the beach. I prefer this place. Oh yeah, so we were talking about Yoshi's Woolly World before. And that's a game that I was really hoping that would get ported to Switch. It's one of the few Wii U games... I mean, it got on the 3DS, but still. I want, like, the pretty one. Essentially just combine the Wii U and 3DS versions and put them on Switch. It doesn't even have to be on Switch 2. Switch 1 will probably be just fine. So one thing about that game is that I actually thought that it would get ported to Switch 2 or to Switch, but now I'm not 100% sure on that. The reason why I thought it was is because in the not the Mario Direct, the Switch 2 Direct that we got earlier this year before the Switch 2 came out, it was the one that introduced the system and some of the games. They kind of did this thing where they were like, the Switch 2 is compatible with almost every Switch 1 game. And then they showed like images of a bunch of Switch 1 games to kind of, you know, emphasize it. Actually, wait, am I making that up? Oh, no, I'm fine. No, I'm accurate. So in amongst all the pictures of all the Switch 1 games that are like scrolling across the screen and stuff, one of them that's like cut off at the top because it's like going off of the screen is Yoshi's Woolly World, which is not on Switch. So a lot of people thought, oh, they like accidentally like leaked that Yoshi's Woolly World is getting a Switch 2 version soon. But now I'm not too sure because that could have just as easily been a mistake. It could have just been that they intended to put Yoshi's Crafted World, which is a Switch game, on there, but they accidentally just put the wrong art there instead. Or maybe Yoshi's Woolly World is coming to Switch. But now I'm not too sure, because they just announced a new Yoshi game. But, I don't know, I don't see how that would make a difference. I don't know. I feel like if Yoshi's Woolly World was going to get ported to Switch, they would have done it by now, I don't know. Maybe at the next Direct, perhaps. Okay, I found the first green star pretty easily. Okay, Green Star 2, the sequel dequel. I should stop saying that. I don't think the draw distance allows me to see the green star from up here, I imagine, so I just gotta go. I really like the music in this galaxy, actually. It's one that always sticks out in my mind. Like, usually my brain sort of combines Galaxy 1 and 2 soundtracks together because the games are so similar. But this one is very definitively Galaxy 2 in my brain. And I really like it. Okay, how do I get this? Do I have to drop in from above? Can I even do that, even? Yoshi cannot dive. And I can't exit the Yoshi. There we go. Oh, I can hear the star. I know it's there. Can I get in here? I don't know if I can get in there in this mission. Maybe I'm intended to get that star last, when the way to get it is open. So where's the other star? That is the question. I think this is just for the silver star. Whoop. Okay, I don't think there's one down here. Maybe it's on top of this thing, but I can't get up there in this mission. I need the cloud. Maybe it is this one. And I'm just supposed to get it by, getting good. Maybe I need Yoshi. I was thinking maybe I could use the lily pads, because there's lily pads here that you can use, but they're not here in this mission. Maybe I'm supposed to, like, maybe jump and flutter with Yoshi, and then maybe jump off him. Or maybe I can jump off of one of these pond skaters. I can't see where it is. I can't really see it. Oh, I can totally make that with Yoshi. I just gotta aim it better. There we go. Yahas. Okay, that was the second green star. Was that the way I was supposed to get it? Because that felt kind of tricky. For a pretty high, high skill. I figured that I was supposed to drop down from the building above it, but I couldn't get in there. Unless I was supposed to open the door somehow, but I don't think that's how that works. I think the door just opens on a certain mission. Oh, I can see the star. I see it. I think I'm supposed to use the cloud, maybe. Whoops. Oh, one thing that I'm very proud of myself, so far at least, we'll see if it happens maybe for the final super duper difficult level. I've been able to do this without the Cosmic Rosalina showing up. Like, I've gone through this whole game without that happening. What that is like if you die too many times at a specific part of a level, then Cosmic Rosalina will show up and she'll possess you and play the level for you, essentially. Though it won't actually give you a real power star, it'll give you a bronze one, which I think is useless. I think it's just to be a placeholder. Just kind of like, we'll show you how to do the level so you can do it on your own. Maybe the bronze stars do go towards your overall star count, I'm not sure. Probably not for 100% though. How do I get up there? I think I need to use the cloud and jump real good without touching the water, because the water will get rid of my cloud. But where is the cloud flower? I don't remember. I don't remember. Can you get me the cloud? No, there's a cloud up there, but I can't get that. Are you being for reals? I don't know. There must be another way to get the cloud power up. Is now like the door to this temple open? Oh, it is. Okay, I'm starting to remember. I think the cloud flower is here. And then you gotta make it show up, I think. Like, I think this button does it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, now we need to get the star. The star, I think, is on top of this spherical thing, so we've got to turn it, jump up, and then cloud up there. I think I might be able to jump from up there, and then cloud 3 times to get that way. Although that can't work because I have to go underwater in order to get up there, so that won't work, so I have to use this thing. Okay, so I can use this lily pad, this leaf boat, but I gotta be careful to not fall in the water as I'm turning the sphere. So it's not the end of the world, so I'll just have to go back and get the flower again. Okay. Gotta just like turn this. There's one there. One there. There we go. I like how these make you think a little bit more. Not a ton. Like that wasn't rocket science by any means, but I just use your noodle a little bit. Use your brain organ. Okay, Chompworks Galaxy. I'm just now remembering that I think in order to fully 100% this game, you need to max out your star bits at 9999. And currently I've not gotten anywhere close to that. I think I'm at 3000. Which is obviously not 9999. I don't know if that's required to fully 100% the game or if it's just for a little secret. I'm not sure. If I do have to max out my star bits, I'd prefer to not, like, farm for star bits on stream. So I might do that off stream. I'll check to see if you have to do it to 100% the game. And then if you do, then I'll farm for them off stream. I don't really know of any good, like, starbit farming spots in this game, though. I'll have to look it up. Unless I happen to get most of the starbits I need naturally, but I don't know. I'm not getting the green stars, I don't need to spend starbits on hungry Lumas or anything. So I guess I'm saving starbits that way, but I don't know. Green Star 2. Wow, the lava looks so flat from far away. Oh, it's pretty flat close up too. Okay, so I got the first green star. How many is there here? 3? Yeah, there's 3. So I bet the second one might be in that lava area. Mayhaps. I've gotten pretty used to Luigi's extra speed and slipperiness. Okay. There's a star around here. It helps to be able to look in first person. It's a shame that the game randomly decides that I can't do that at some points. The camera control in this game is very fickle. Thankfully, this game doesn't... Why did I do that? Thankfully, this game doesn't really require you to move the camera very often. It's linear enough, and the camera is mostly automatic. Being able to move the camera is kind of handy sometimes. It's really just more if you want to take a look around at stuff. Whoa. I might die. Oh, there's one. It's on top of the roof. This is cool because it's like there's secret areas that the game would otherwise not expect the player to get to. It's like how Mario Odyssey does that as well, where like there are certain really difficult to reach areas that the game doesn't really expect most players to get to, but they understood that it was still technically possible to, so they hide like batches of coins. Nothing that's really all that necessary, but like a little good on you for getting to a hard to reach place that they don't really expect you to get to. That's cool. This isn't quite the same thing because obviously a star is a bit more important than coins, but it's kind of a similar thing. And this game sometimes does that with star bits. They'll hide some star bits in like a tricky area. As a little pat on the back. Okay, Green Star 3. The 3 cool, not as memorable as the second. Oh, and this one requires the spring, does it? I bet I can jump that on my own. I'll just shut up now. We gotta spring it. We gotta get a little bit of extra spring in our step. By being a spring. This is such a weird power-up. I remember pretty frequently whenever I would watch reviews of Mario Galaxy 1, a lot of videos on the game would typically scold the spring power-up. Because it's really butt to control. And that's true. It yeah, it does... It's not supposed to be though, I think. You become a spring, so what do you expect? Of course it doesn't control well. It's kind of the point, I think. I think it's part of the challenge. It lets you jump really high, but at a cost. Like, I'm not arguing that I think it's a good power-up exactly, but I'm saying that I don't think it's bad, or I don't think it's... I think its flaws are by design. There's the game never requires you to make any precise jumps with it, so it's very self-aware in how wobbly the controls are. So I guess I gotta... So the green star was on that spire to the right. Can I jump that with my spring? I might have a better chance of getting it without the spring, but I can't get rid of it, so... Whoops. Also, the boing noise is funny. Boing? Whoa, that is crazy. Oh, I don't slide off this. Okay, that makes this a bit easier. What a interesting hiding spot. Yeah, green stars are fun. $190. I actually think that's a pretty decent stopping point. We do have the boss of this world, but I think I'd be willing to start the next stream with that. I think I've gotten most of them. Like, if I started at 120 stars, so I collected 70 in this stream, and there's 240 stars in total. So I only need to get 50 more stars. So I'm over halfway in terms of green star collecting. Which is weird because I'm only on world 4. And there's 8 worlds, so you'd think I'd be more bang in the middle, but No, I guess they ease up after a while. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's a good spot. Is Luigi slowly turning? I don't know. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good stopping point. Next time we'll... I think the next stream, depending on how long I go on for, could be the finale of Super Mario Galaxy 2. Because we just need to round up the remaining green stars, and I only need to get like 50 more. And then it's the super duper mega final level. And while the super mega duper super duper final level is indeed difficult, I mean, how long is that going to take me, really? It shouldn't take me that long. I mean, I'm a lot better than I was when I first played it as a child, I think. So I think I'll be fine. But yeah, the next stream could very much well be the finale for Super Mario Galaxy 2, which is cool, because I was thinking about maybe playing Silk Song after I was done with this. So yes, thank you very much for joining me. If you're watching this on the VOD, you are also very much appreciated. I hope you know it. I hope you feel it. I hope I am allowing this to be known to you. I'll be streaming next on... It's Sunday today, so I'll be streaming next on definitely Friday, but perhaps on Wednesday if I feel like it. Friday should be some more Tomb Raider, and then next Sunday should be more of this, or I might go ahead and play this on Wednesday so that I can start the next playthrough, which might be Silk Song on Sunday. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But thank you very much for joining me. I think I'm done for the day, so with all that being said, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe, and I hope to see you all again very soon. Take care. Bye-bye.